President, please be seated. The court is now in session. In today's session, the chamber is going to hear the testimony of the two experts. We're going to hear Madame Françoise Sigourney-Guilbeault and Mr. Caing Bonad as scheduled. Before we proceed to hear the testimonies of the experts, may the greffiers be instructed to report the attendance of the parties to the proceeding and the people concerned. The greffier. Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present, except the civil party lawyers Group 2 and Group 4 who are absent. Today we have Counsel Martino, who is representing the civil parties and who are joining us today. The experts, Madame Françoise Sigourney-Guilbeault and Mr. Caing Bonad are available, awaiting calls from the chamber. They have no relation with any parties to the proceeding, and they are ready to be called. The President, since today we have a new counsel for the civil party, and although she has already taken an oath, but she needs recognition before the chamber before we can proceed. So before we start the proceeding, according to Rule 23.7E1 of the internal rule, the chamber would like to invite the civil party lawyer, the national civil party lawyer, to seek recognition for the international co-lawyer. Mr. President, Your Honors, since the national lawyers in Group 1 are absent today, the civil party lawyers Group 3 are not here today, may I ask for Mr. President's leave actually to be on their behalf to seek recognition for the new council. The President, you may proceed. Tisrina, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Your Honors, distinguished members of the court, I am Tisrina, the national lawyer for civil party Group 1, and I'm here to represent Civil Party Lawyers Group 3 to seek recognition from the bench and the chamber as a whole to recognize Counsel Martino from the Paris bar. She has already taken an oath before the Appeal Court of Cambodia. The ceremony conducted in 2008 in December. So, could the chamber please recognize her? The President, Counsel Martino, you are now recognized as the civil party lawyer for Civil Party Group 3 for the purposes of the proceedings before this chamber. According to this recognition, you will enjoy the rights and privilege as the national lawyer. Please be seated. Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, I note you on your feet. You may proceed.
Merci.
Mr. Werner, thank you, Mr. President. Your Honors, good morning. As you have noticed probably, the civil parties attending for the past 5 months, who are participating in the hearings for the past 5 months, as well as the civil parties who were expected to come this week directly to participate in the hearings, have decided not to come this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and requested from us that we inform the chamber that this action, or their action, is directly linked to your decision of August 27th, which does not authorize the civil party lawyers to put questions to a certain number of experts and to a certain number of witnesses. It was a bit difficult for the lawyers to explain this decision and to a certain number of our clients, civil parties, so we would be grateful if we could receive as soon as possible the written reasons for this decision, which might help us to try to explain to our clients some of these decisions. These civil parties also requested from us that we tell the chamber that they're going to voice their opinions outside of this court and that they will send an open letter to your chamber. Thank you.
The President, thank you, Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, for your explanation and clarification in relation to this matter. Before we call the expert to the courtroom, the chamber would like to inform the parties to the proceedings and the public regarding the schedule of the chamber. Today, the chamber is going to hear the testimony of the experts, 2 experts. They will testify together. They will first summarize their report filed during the OCIJ stage and then present the update of this report. Questioning will follow in accordance with the attached table. Due to the scheduling constraints, the chamber has decided to hear the witnesses scheduled for next week, D1, D2, D3, D4, D5, and D6, immediately after the testimony of experts as mentioned. If the testimonies scheduled for next week finish early, the Chamber will continue the questioning of the accused on his character. If time allows, the co-prosecutors and the defense will also be able to question the accused at this time. On the 14th and 15th of September, the Chamber will hear the testimonies of experts and witnesses Richard Goldstone, Raoul McGenna, Christopher Lepel, the aide, and Stephen Hassel. And on the 16th of September, full day, and 17th of September, morning only, the Chamber, the co-prosecutors, and defense, as appropriate, will finish the questioning of the accused on his character. The Chamber will also deal with procedural matters, such as putting documents before the Chamber under Rule 87 at this stage. If more time is needed for this, hearings will continue on the 22nd and, if necessary, 23rd of September. So this is a new schedule which has been recently finally decided by the bench. We note Mr. François Roux is on his feet. You may proceed.
François Roux, thank you, Mr. President. The defense would like to remind that the expert who was scheduled to come, Mr. Henry King, unfortunately has passed away, but he had compiled a written statement, and therefore the defense would like to read out this statement, the statement of Professor Henry King. And we would like this to be done during the period when the witnesses, the defense witnesses, will be questioned. And the defense also indicated that it wishes, when these witnesses will be questioned, that we view an excerpt from the Obrenović hearing before the ICTR. The defense has prepared these DVD excerpts, correct interpreter, that will be given to the parties. And as well, Mr. President, in your honors, the defense is respectfully suggesting to the Chamber that regarding these witnesses, these are witnesses in regards to character, that we allow each one of these witnesses to first come up with a spontaneous statement before we put questions to them. We consider that this will be more coherent and will allow to move ahead more rapidly in the process of these statements. And finally, last point, we have become aware of the calendar that you just mentioned, Mr. President, and as of now, I would like to tell you that we might face a certain amount of difficulties regarding the amount of time allotted to Mr. Raoul Génard, and we would like, as of now, to possibly give a bit more time, if necessary, to Mr. Raoul Génard. I'd like to remind you that the co-prosecutor's expert who brought up similar issues testified for more than 2 days, this is to say Mr. Etchison, and therefore we believe that it would not be suited to have the defense expert who is going to be speaking about similar issues, but maybe with a different point of view, well, we do not believe that it would be suited that he be limited to 2 hours and 20 minutes. So Mr. Génard will not need 2 days, but maybe he will need a bit more than 2 hours and 20 minutes. These are my submissions, which I respectfully wish to present to the Chamber. Thank you.
The President, court official is now instructed to call both the national and international expert into the courtroom. The President, good morning, the experts. First of all, the Chamber would like to ask the national expert in relation to the background and his involvement in the proceedings. Could you please tell the court whether your name is Kason Bonat? Mr. Kason Bonat, it is correct, Your Honor. The President, Mr. Kason Bonat, how old are you this year? Response, I'm 56 years old. Question, what is your occupation? Response, I am the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine at Phnom Penh University of Health Sciences. Question, where do you live? Response, I live at number 18A Street 113 Bang Prolet Prampi Kara Phnom Penh. Question, are you related to any parties to the proceedings? Response, no, I'm not. Question, have you taken an oath before you were called into the courtroom? Response, no, I have not taken an oath yet. Question, which religion are you a follower? Question, so of which religion are you a follower? The President, could you please be instructed that Please wait until you see the red light is on your console before you proceed to speak. Question again, so of which religion are you a follower? Response, no, I'm not a follower of any particular religion. The President, next we would like to proceed to put questions to Madame Françoise Zigroni Guilbeault. Good morning. Is your name Zigroni Guilbeault?
C'est exact.
Yes, indeed.
Question, how old are you this year?
J'ai 51 ans.
I'm 51 years old.
Question, what is your occupation?
Je suis psychologue et
I'm a
maître de conférences
psychologist
à
and
l'Université
also
Paris.
a lecturer at the University of Paris 8 in Paris.
Question, where do you live?
J'habite à Paris.
Answer, I live in Paris.
Question. Are you related by blood or do you have any affiliation with parties to the proceedings?
Je n'ai aucun lien de parenté.
No, I have no affiliation with any of the parties to the proceedings.
Question. Which religion are you observing?
J'ai été baptisée
I
catholique.
was baptized Catholic.
The President, the graphier Natasha, can you make necessary arrangement for the expert Sironi to swear before the chamber?
Permettre à Madame Françoise Sironi Guilbeault de prêter serment.
Veuillez répéter après moi.
Please repeat after me.
À la Chambre, fidèlement, confidentiellement et au mieux de ma compétence.
I solemnly declare that I will assist the Chamber honestly,
Je prête serment
confidentially,
d'apporter
and to the best of my
à la
ability.
Chambre, fidèlement, confidentiellement et au mieux de ma compétence.
I solemnly declare that I will assist the Chamber honestly, confidentially, and to the best of my ability.
The President, The chamber now would like the graphier Duch Paris to arrange for the expert Kasun Bunaj to take an oath according to his own belief before this chamber.
selon la religion de notre expert cambodgien, M. Sumbona Ka.
Duch Paris, please repeat after me.
Veuillez répéter après moi.
I solemnly declare that I will assist the chamber honestly, confidentially, and to the best of my ability.
Confidentiellement et au mieux de ma compétence.
ខ្ញុំសូមបំពេញ
ការសំណើ
មុខងារជា
I solemnly declare that I will assist the chamber honestly, confidentially,
ខំប្រឹងប្រែង
and to the best of my ability.
ពិតជាកិច្ចបន្ត
The President.
សួរជាប្រវត្តិបទពិសោធន៍
The chamber would like now to put some questions to the experts.
មុននឹងស្ដាប់របាយការណ៍
And before we hear
ខ្ញុំសូម
the experts report, I would like to put some questions to understand the backgrounds of the two experts.
ស៊ីរ៉ូនី
Madame Sironi Gilbo,
ត្រីទទួលបាននៅបណ្ឌិតផ្នែកចិត្តវិទ្យានិងបច្ចុប្បន្នជាសាស្ត្រាចារ្យជំនួយ
so you earned your doctor degree and you're a teacher and you got your degree from a university in France. Is that correct?
Vous êtes diplômé d'une université en France. Est-ce exact?
C'est exact, Monsieur
Answer.
le Président.
That is correct, Mr. President.
ហើយចាប់តាំងពីឆ្នាំ
Question. And from 2004, you're an expert to the Court of Appeal in Paris. Is this correct?
En qualité d'expert auprès de la Cour d'appel de Paris.
Tout à fait. Oui, tout à fait.
That is correct.
បន្ថែមទៅលើអត្ថបទមួយចំនួន
Question. In addition to the certain reports
រងការធ្វើទរណកម្មនោះ
of the people who suffer torture, you wrote a book entitled Torturer and the Victims, the Psychological Victims. Is this correct?
Est-ce exact?
Oui, c'est exact, Monsieur le Président.
Answer, yes, that is correct, Mr. President.
លោកស្រីបានធ្វើការសិក្សា
Question.
Question.
លើការស្វែងរក
You have researched and studied the means for treatment of the tortured victims. You also studied the method, the psychological method on torture and its psychological impact. Is this correct?
Impact psychologique. Est-ce exact?
C'est exact.
Answer, that is correct.
លោកត្រីធ្លាប់បានចូលរួមនៅក្នុងការបង្កើតមជ្ឈមណ្ឌល
Question. You participated in the founding of a center for tortured victims, and it is called Brimo Le Oui. And presently, you are managing
មជ្ឈមណ្ឌលផ្នែកជំនឿមួយទៅលើ
a clinical and research center for psychological victims at that university by focusing on the tortured victims, genocidal victims, and the mass massacred and tortured. Is this correct?
Monsieur le Président, c'est exact que j'ai.
Mr. President, that is correct that I have created with some other people the Primo Levi Center, which is a center for the victim of people who've been tortured. What you said is correct, but at the moment I'm no longer manager of the Georges Deuvre Center to look after other responsibilities today.
President, thank you for your response.
ជួយព្យាបាលអ្នក
You have assisted people who committed political crimes, and you have established an
សម្រាប់ទីហ៊ាន
a rehabilitation center in Russia where elderly people participated, and those people who used to work in the Pakistan, and also people who used to be part of the Algerian war in France. Is this correct?
Answer. Yes, that is correct, Mr. President. In Russia, it is a center which accompanies, should I say, for the veterans, war veterans who participated in war not in Pakistan but in Afghanistan and in Chechnya. And in France, I work with the former soldiers who fought in the war of Algeria, Indochina, and more recent wars.
President, thank you, Madam. Mr. Kasun Bunnat, you are the professor of psychiatry and also the dean of the Faculty of Medicine at Phnom Penh University of Health Science, and you are also the director of the National Program for Mental Health of the Ministry of Health. Is that correct? Kasun Bunnat, yes, Mr. President, that is correct. The President, it is now time for the Chamber to invite the experts to provide their descriptions on their report based on the request by the prosecutors on a letter dated 24th of January 2008. You are instructed to provide a psychological report on the accused Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch. You did the report in order to understand and to provide the description of the character of the accused based on his own personality, the level of his understanding, and make judgment, and whether he is a person who is prone to be affected by other people, and also his ability to emphasize or to have no empathy for anybody, or whether he is affected by any psychiatrical factors, as well as to indicate the scope of these impacts as a result of his involvement or actions. Also, the scope of his life based on the social and revolutionary context from the 17th April 75 until the 6th January 79 and until the present date. You are also instructed to provide certain critical points through your expertise and also the instructions by the co-investigating judges in order to respond to the defense counsel whether the accused is capable to be reintegrated or rehabilitated into the society as per the order of the 5th of February 2008 and your report dated 31st of March 2008, document B1/4 with EIN in Khmer 0021094620021081 and in English 00211082 and in French 00177506 276. In addition, you are also requested by the Chamber during the proceedings to provide an updated assessment on the psychological report, and by providing it to us verbally. The Chamber would like now to give the floor to you to provide to the Chamber your result based on the points that I just raised. Before you start to make your report, we would like to remind you that in your presentation of this oral report or in answering the questions that will be put to you by the Chamber and the parties to the proceedings, you can make a joint report or an individual report based on your mutual understanding or one of you representing the two. In relation to responding to questions to be put by the Chamber and the parties to the proceedings after your presentation, if the questions are too general and not for any specific expert, any one of you can respond to that question and another expert can add or supplement the question or remain silent. In relation to the presentation of the report or the answerings of the questions, you two are entitled to choose who is going to respond to the questions. The Chamber also would like to remind you that it is very important for you to speak slowly in chronological order to assist the interpreters and try to avoid using technical terms in order for everybody to understand the content of your report. The Chamber would like now to give you the floor to make your presentation on the psychological report on the accused. You can proceed.
Monsieur le Président, nous tiendrons compte de toutes vos
Mr. President, we will indeed take into account all your recommendations. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Your Honors, we will be presenting to you a summary of the psychological analysis that Professor Ka Sonbonat and myself have carried out in 2008 concerning the accused. This presentation also includes the update of the psychological assessment carried out last week. Thank you for granting us approximately 60 minutes for the purpose of this report. But before we start, we wish both of us like to address our deepest homage to the victims deceased and a most profound respect to all the survivors, their children and their families. We wish to explain, and especially for the purpose of the victims present here, that a psychological expertise of an accused is absolutely not a justification for the crimes held against him. The psychological assessment's function is to shed light for the justice on the character of a person, whoever he may be, and to assist in understanding what links a man to his actions, his commitments, be it the worst. Chairman, you reminded us of the question asked by the judges, and to carry out the analysis of this life course, taking into account the cultural, political, and sociological background at the time of the facts, as well as today. And we wish to give a reminder, very briefly, make a summary of this life course, given the fact that the understanding of the personality of the accused would not be understood if we did not actually proceed with this analysis of the life course of the accused. Forgive me, I was speaking too fast. How did we proceed to carry out this psychological assessment? Well, the approach that we adopted is that of clinical geopolitical psychology. I've applied this over 20 years experience as a professional with victims of torture, those of genocide, rape, and massacre, as well as authors of collective violence, life events linked to the early childhood education and the family are not sufficient in order to understand the authors of crime against humanity. Clinical geopolitical psychology reports on the articulation in each of us between collective history and individual history. It takes into account the weight of political, economic, historical, cultural factors on the personality of a subject, just like the weight of events of personal life, that of early childhood, and that of the role of the family, the role of masters, and in particular in the Cambodian culture. Professor Kasun Bonat, psychiatrist, is present here. He's a psychiatrist. He's already been introduced. But I would just like to say to the court that this assessment was carried out alongside, with at the same time the Western way of understanding political crime, as well as the Khmer cultural context in the course of these different historical periods. Now, during the interviews, we were four: Professor Kasun Bonat, Mr. Duch Chanora, sworn interpreter with the court, myself, and the accused. The experts and the interpreter were held to professional secrecy in the whole course of the investigation. We had 13 interviews of an average duration of 3 hours each between the months of February and the months of March 2008. The report was given to the co-investigating judges on the 31st of March 2008. We then carried out 3 updating interviews on the psychological assessment on the 28th and the 29th of August 2009. In order to successfully carry out our work, we based ourselves on the gaining of knowledge and the analysis of the following documents: the psychological expertise interviews that were, of course, the pièce maîtresse of our psychological analysis. We also gained knowledge of all the reports of the interviews and the confrontation of the accused with the witness 28-29th of February 2008. We also read the medical reports of Duch since his arrival into the detention center within the geographical premises of the international chambers, video recordings of the interrogations of the month of October 2007, in the course of which the accused presented a letter of excuse to the survivors, to the deceased, and the families of the victims. And we also consulted and analyzed the video recording of the reenactments at S21 and Kaing Guek. All of this constitutes the basis for the psychological assessment. In the course of the 13 interviews, Duch showed very cooperative, attentive, and open during the whole course of our psychological investigation. We noted a net difference between the first series of psychological interviews, that is to say in February 2008, and a second series of interviews which took place later in the month of March, and which therefore took place after the reenactment of the facts in S21 and at Kaing Guek. In the first series of interviews, he would talk from an external point of view as if he was an observer. And in the second series of interviews, he started more to adopt an internal view, more personal view on his life, on his acts, his actions. And this was even more perceptible during the interviews that we carried out last week and which took place after 4 or 5 months of trial. Duch presented some signs of fatigue during the psychological expertise exercise. He started to suffer from headaches after the reenactment. He presented difficulties in falling asleep in the beginning of the week, which then were attenuated. He then started to have some dreams in the night, something that he was not used to at all. And this testifies for us to a real but limited impact of the reenactment of the way he functions psychologically. The examination of the medical file has shown no sign of notable change with regard to the physiological parameters all along the judicial procedure and the psychological assessment, except for some headaches and some passing signs of fatigue. Professor Kasun Bonat, who made his psychological assessment since the beginning of the trial, has noted no change in physiological parameters concerning his mental health. Let us first start by presenting the most salient facts that have consciously or unconsciously influenced the life course of the accused. In other words, how does one become Duch? The first point that we believe was important is the importance of the changes in names in his existence before and after the Khmer Rouge period. Even though in Cambodia one changes names and sometimes birth dates more easily than one does in the West, the name that one bears, its choice, its significance, its resonance for the person who bears the name plays a very important role in the construction of the identity of the subject, in the stability of this identity, and in the self-confidence. Having changed several times names out of the choice of other people and his own choice, it's tantamount to having several successive or parallel identities. Duch was registered under the name of Kaing Guek Eav in the civil registry in 1942, and do forgive me for my bad pronunciation. When he was 2 or 3 months old, a sage put pressure on his parents for them to change their child's name. It was a soothsayer who asked for this change. The change was to guarantee a better future for him because the soothsayer was saying some bad things, such as him catching some serious diseases. His name was therefore changed to Yim Kiv. Duch did not like this name because it signified slow, poor, outdated, slow, and he did not want to bear a name given by a man who he did not admire, and I quote him on this. The fact that he was renamed, his name was changed 2 or 3 times, and that too by a person who he didn't hold in high esteem, could at the unconscious level being considered as an imposition of identity by somebody else. At the age of 15, Duch asked the authorization to his father to change his name and asked him also to reduce his age. He started school late at the age of 9, and the fact that administratively he lowered his age allowed him to sit for his various exams, something that was very important for the accused. He called himself Guek Eav, alias Duch. Once again, forgive me for my pronunciation. During the psychological assessment, the accused, along with his arms on his side, as if on attention, explaining that Duch, he said to us, means a student who stands straight when a teacher asks him to stand. Duch is also the name of the sculptor of the great Buddha of the pagoda of Po Vo in Siem Reap, end of quote. This is also the most common name that he used during the Khmer Rouge period. In China, where he lived as of the end of 1986 up until July 1989, as a Khmer teacher, he would have himself called Hang Ping. In keeping with this importance on name, he decided to give his true name, the name of his birth, to his grandson, Kaing Guek. We note that Yun, his Chinese name, the name of his father, is reintroduced into the naming. The inscription into the Chinese lineage is therefore important in his eyes. It signifies a regaining of cultural importance. Duch is of Chinese origin. He was naturalized Cambodian. At that time, before the arrival of Mao to power, the Chinese were not considered favorably in Cambodia, he says, and this was confirmed by other witnesses. They were depreciated, sometimes despised, and even debased.
Let's now bring up the childhood and the family life so that we can then delve into the analysis of his personality. So Duch's father lost his parents at a very young age. He was self-taught, like Duch, who will claim this quality later as self-taught. That is to say, he was able to learn everything on his own. The accused underwent no violence during his childhood, he said, even though he was beaten several times. It was usual back then, and it was never in an exaggerated fashion, he said. Duch's mother, who is still alive, has remained without any news of her son for 15 years after the fall of the Khmer Rouge, and this, he says, without showing any emotion for her during the first interviews. And he will explain, he will also betray no particular emotion when he speaks about his father who died in 1980. He will say to us that I could not be at the same time a revolutionary and have feelings. He respected and very much admired a Buddhist priest with whom he had lived from 1962 to 1965, that is to say between the ages of 20 and 23. When he was in high school, studying far from the home village. It was of he that I dreamt later when I was in China, and not of my father. I never dreamt of my father, he would notice. Duch seemed to be more attached to his mother than to his father, and he also spoke about his elder sister, whom she said did many things to feed the family. Duch also admired an old Buddhist priest who was the head of the pagoda of his native village, and he saved his life because he was sick. Admiration, we will see during his entire biography and during this assessment, is necessary to Duch to move ahead in life and to act. What happened when Duch was 15 years old? The age of 15 is a key life in Duch's life. He becomes fully aware of the social situation of his family and of his father's enslavement to an uncle, a usurer of Chinese origin. The entire livelihood of the family is committed so that the family can get out of the situation. It is back then that he discovers the existence of an economic system that is not based on usury, that is not based on exploitation, and that represents to him an ideal solution to exploitation. This was communism. At the same age, at the age of 15, the accused was very strongly impacted by the official visit of a Chinese dignitary to Cambodia. His Chinese identity was strongly valued, whereas Chinese were misconsidered, devalued, and humiliated by Cambodians, he would say. I felt proud to be Chinese, he says. At the same time as well, a school teacher had a deep impact on him because he was courageously voicing his criticism of corruption and social injustice. This school teacher will nonetheless be executed later on at S21, which was then run by Duch. As long as a prisoner arrives at S21, he is an enemy, he will say, without questioning the decision of his superiors. If at the age of 15 he understands fully the exploitation and the usury, it is at the age of 20 at the Sisawat College that he becomes fully aware of the gap that exists between the poor rural population and the well-to-do urban population. And he meets in 1964 his future mentor, Son Sen, a francophone intellectual and a psychopedagogist. Son Sen he will call master later on. Duch is very much impressed, very much in admiration for the knowledge that is being conveyed by his French teachers. He acquires knowledge by identifying to his masters. These are models. Even if he has been physically abused by certain of these, he will discover, this did not have any importance previously, it was just usual for him. In fact, as a student, he discovers Stoicism, that is to say, a doctrine that claims indifference in the face of anything that can have an effect on emotions. He discovers Stoicism through the teachings of a teacher whom he still remembers today with admiration, Mr. F. The accused will keep this passion for teaching and to train, as he trained his subordinates, and he will keep this passion during his entire life. As a teacher first, at S21, and then in China, and then in the refugee camps. Duch's life history is therefore determined by his need for an ideal. It is also impacted by what we can call, in our own jargon, in our psychiatric and psychological jargon, experiences of acculturation and experiences of deculturation. Definition. Acculturation designates any kind of experience of encounter with another culture which is different from ours. This encounter always has an impact on the construction of our identity and may be traumatic or not, or this encounter can also be positive or not. This acculturation can be desired or feared, conscious or not conscious, or in any case, it always leaves an impact. Deculturation designates a radical change of culture and of social organization. Deculturation is what we also designate in our jargon as the attack of one culture on another way of thinking. Culture is another way of thinking, and that imposes itself and that changes the other culture. So therefore we can consider that communism was a form of deculturation in his personal history and in general. And we focused then on the reasons for his adherence to the Communist Party of Cambodia. Teachers are the ones who taught him Marxist theories. He quotes his geography professor that may everyone produce from his ability to everyone according to his needs. These are ideas that ring absolutely true for him at that age. A third element, 3 events are going to take place at that moment in his life that will have a strong influence and that will orient him consciously or unconsciously towards Marxism. The first impacting element in his psychological life is a romantic disappointment. Second event, it is the theft of his bicycle, because this will prevent him from going to class, whereas Duch is so much attentive to teaching. And the third event that seemed important to it was the arrest of 10 of his friends, of one of which he considered as a brother. Another impacting event in his life history and on his psychological functioning, it is his detainment, his arbitrary detainment from 1968 to 1970, and his release thanks to his great aunt, which put him in a disturbing position for him. He was relieved, of course, to be released, but at the same time, he had to hide this because he could be considered as a traitor by the Communist Party of Cambodia. His position at M13 at S21 will reveal other aspects of his personality, in particular a strong need for affiliation, to a group, and also a great need to be recognized, to be acknowledged by his superiors. He will tell me, "My superior stimulates me." That's end of quote. Vorn Vet, his master, was tortured and executed at S21 in 1977. As you know, this episode opens up a period of doubts and of fear that is more and more present in Duch's mind. He, who so much needs to control everything, is suddenly confronted with an absence of legibility of Ankar's intentions. However, he continues working, maybe with even more zeal. How may we explain this? By what we can call, still again in our psychological jargon, reactional formation. Reactional formation, that is to say, demonstrating zeal, allegiance, extreme allegiance, in order to hide one's fear or to quiet one's doubts. Obedience. Going beyond our master's expectations or even to precede these, then become mechanisms of sur-adaptation to fear, to which he participates himself. Duch was expecting his arrest. He was expecting his death at that time. The accused spoke about moments of depression during his existence. A first episode of depression which we analyzed, and which was in 1979 before the arrival of the Vietnamese when he was at S21, and another episode of depression in 1981-1982. Two symptoms will reveal this depression. Insomnia, whereas normally Duch sleeps quite well, and what he calls brooding, rumination. That is to say, the fact that he was questioning himself, doubts, and this slowed him down from a psychomotor standpoint. He would brood. Why was he brood? He would brood because, as he said, he did not know how, as the eldest child of his parents, he did not know how he could announce to his parents the death due to famine of 2 of his sisters, of 1 of his brothers-in-law, and of 6 of his nephews. And finally, what may we say to finish this biography? What may we say about the love life and the spiritual life of Duch? So he faced this romantic disappointment at the age of 20, but he gets married in 1976 with another woman after having requested the permission from Sun Sen, who granted it to him. And he will bear 4 children. Despite his job at S21, despite the fact that he knew that there were children at S21 who were going to die, Duch was able to have children. And I will quote this: "I did not want to see, I did not want to know," he said, as the head of S21, and at the same time, a good father. The psychological mechanism of splitting is very much present in Duch's psychology. That is to say, in his psychology, he's able to partition in a completely proof way different activities of his life in different thoughts. And on the other hand, the accused expressed no form of grief in 2008 when we saw him for the first time regarding the fact that he could not see his children. And in the same way, the murder of his wife in 1995, when their house was burglarized, well, he spoke about this without much emotion. But we must note that last week he spoke about his family in a completely different manner with much less distance. And he also said that he saw his family in detention. So therefore, regarding the family, things have changed. In 1996, Duch converts to Christianity, as he is strongly influenced by an evangelist preacher. God replaced communism. God, Jesus, represent a new ideal. They are new masters, whom he will serve with the same amount of zeal as his previous masters. Why Christianity? First of all, Christian baptisms offers the possibility of rebirth. And he experiences his conversion as rebirth, but also because it is the religion of the strongest, as he said to us in 2008. And it is Christianity which defeated communism in Poland as well as elsewhere, and also because this allows him to acquire a new identity, an individual identity, and no longer a common identity as when he was a communist. The need to believe has a great influence on the structuring of his personality. And I'd like to mention here, this is an excerpt from session number 5 on March 3rd, 2008. "We cannot live without belief. I first believed that the communists could save my country, but now I know that it is God." End of quote. Duch, is Duch suffering from mental disorders? No, we have detected no mental disorder in the accused. Duch is suffering neither from neurosis, nor from psychosis, nor from psychopathy, nor from perversion. Perversion, of course, being understood in the sexual meaning of the term in the Western classification system of mental disorders. However, this Western classification system, well, in this issue of perversity could be very much discussed. In the Western way of thinking, denial, manipulation, the control over others could be part of what we describe as being perversion and would explain what Duch was during the Khmer Rouge period and is what we can still see through certain consequences of this Khmer Rouge shaping and that are still present in Duch's character today. So how may we explain the psychological behavior of the accused, and in particular during the Khmer Rouge period? In order to do so, we have to understand the extreme implication that there is between common history and individual history in Duch's life. The notion of typical disorder, which is a rather strange concept that was coined by Georges Devereux, the ethno-psychiatrist, and describes it quite well. This term designates a set of psychological disorders of psychological as well as sociopolitical origin, which is characteristic of the societies that produce these disorders. The psychological functioning of a given individual is comparable, that is to say, that it corresponds to the common functioning of the entire society at any given moment of its existence. This is what we call a typical disorder. The analogy between Cambodia's common history and Duch's personal history is linked to the fact that the country, just as much as the individual, have gone through successive and massive acculturations between different cultural systems, for example, followed by brutal deculturation, brutal and radical deculturation. That is to say, a new common and collective individual identity that was fabricated by the Khmer Rouge. And then there was the implementation of a traumatic organization of the country and within the individuals that had to adapt to it or perish. Distrust, widespread fear, encouragement to suppress emotions and any form of personal thoughts to the benefit of a new common identity. This psychopolitical diagnosis, of course, does not relieve the accused from his liability and from the individual liability of his acts. This articulation between private history and common history, how is it done? It is done through what we call political emotions. Political emotions are emotions that are produced by society, that is to say, cultural, political, or economic elements. And political emotions can also be produced by singular emotions as well, private emotions, that are going to find a resolution in the common context, that is to say, in participating in the political context. The kind of emotions that are going to produce political emotions are always the same kind of events. These are experiences of humiliation, disappointment, cultural or individual shame, devaluation, anger, sadness, or contempt. And concerning this, I'd like to get back to his biography, because I forgot to mention that there was that disappointments, because I'm mentioning them, that disappointment is something that is very much present in Duch's life. Disappointments in terms of self-esteem, because he failed his baccalaureate, which he will finally pass, of course, and also romantic disappointments and also ideological disappointments that are very much present in the accused's life. His intelligence is sharp. He has excellent mnemonic abilities. Duch is the man with one single idea, with one single thought at the time. Now, regarding the question of the co-investigating judges, which was, is Duch easily influenced and impressionable? We said yes, indeed. This was highlighted several times during the psychological analysis of his personal history, which we presented above. So what are the main characteristics of Duch's psychological functioning? During during the period for which he's being incriminated, as well as today. Devaluation is something that's very much present at an early age in Duch. He tried to compensate for this through studying, by working very hard, and by the need for strong masculine models that are strongly idealized, for whom he will relentlessly seek recognition. This acknowledgement is going to give him the feeling of having his own identity, of building his own identity through the image of these masters. And Mr. Sombonat will have the opportunity of getting back to the role of masters in Cambodian culture. As a perfectionist, he can control himself. It is necessary for him to control everything. Thus, the presence in him of obsessive traits, that is to say that he's meticulous, conscientious, aware, mindful of detail and of control, up to such a point that he even loses himself. Duch always resorts to reason, to logic, to mathematical models in his thinking and in his analysis. These private identity is literally smashed, as if I may say, to the benefit of the shaping of the sole identity that is worth anything in his eyes, that is to say, common identity. The subconscious, that does not exist. What bothers, what makes you brood, according to what he says, what is not logical, what he does not understand, is actively chased from his conscience. This is what we call denial. This is also what we call splitting in our jargon. His interior way of functioning is broken down into separated elements through which no information might filter, splitting between the past and his emotions, and splitting between different parts of his self, in order to remove from consciousness what he does not want to see or accept from himself, as well as outer reality. He will resort to the following defense mechanisms: denial, splitting, as we explained, but also rationalization. For example, saying, I did not have the choice. Isolation, removing facts, putting facts at bay, such as describing in a surgical way everything, the facts. Another very present defense mechanism is avoidance. I did not want to see. He does not answer the questions which bother him, and he gets confused in confused rationalizations as soon as he is in contact with what he does not or which he cannot accept from himself. And this is also what we noticed during our sessions with him. Another characteristic element of his personality is what we call, in our jargon, alexithymia. Alexithymia is a clinical concept that designates the inability, or the accused's inability, to feel consciously emotions and to put them into words. This, of course, Sino-Cambodian culture cannot be held responsible for this, even if there are indeed cultural elements that are involved in this, and Dr. Sombonat will probably get back to this today. His way of thinking is pragmatic. He thinks, we think what can be used, what can be practiced, or what can be practiced is thinkable. Something exists only if it is demonstrated, according to the logical thinking of the accused. Otherwise, it has no reality in his eyes. But we have, however, noticed last week, and here again, that there was a change regarding this, and a change in particular due to the impact of the 4 or 5 months of hearings so far. Another element that can characterize the psychological functioning of the accused is what we can call disempathy. Disempathy is the inability to think the thoughts of others. It is the inability to feel emotions of someone else's emotion. Disempathy is the inability to think that someone else is also different from who we are. This happens when the subject does not have or is no longer aware of having his own identity due, for example, to the shaping by the collectivist ideology of the Khmer Rouge period. Disempathy is present in Duch, who killed in himself any kind of personal identity to the benefit of an identification with a common identity. Yesterday, communism, today, Christianity. But we should note that this disempathy is not, well, here again, we noticed that there was a change, however, regarding this aspect, which was very much present even at the beginning of the psychological assessment in 2008. In the psychological assessment report, and we listed and commented all of the situations of disempathy, which were quite numerous, that we perceived in what Duch was saying during the assessment interviews. Let me just give you a small example. When he says, "I pray so that others may understand me," Duch does not pray for the dead, but he prays for something that regards him. The roots of this lack of empathy are, however, prior to the shaping of identity of the Khmer Rouge period. It was reinforced and it was used by the Khmer Rouge regime, and the communism was an absolute tool of Ankar. Duch, as a perfectionist, completely abided by it. The roots of this disempathy, however, are prior to this, as in childhood as well, when it was necessary for him to restore the father figure. And we find also in his whole dealings with Stoicism, there is in Duch a full absence of guilt in the Western or psychoanalytical sense of the term. There is no depression right now that could demonstrate any form of guilt, but there are indeed regrets, there is remorse, and we can also say that guilt is something was inaccessible to him up until now, because it supposes the ability to empathize, it supposes the end of splitting, and it supposes the acquisition of self-identity. These, again, are elements that we noticed as changing, but however, it seems that now indeed there's a resolution of all of these aspects. As a last point, how may we explain the Duch's psychological function? No one is born a torturer, whether we order torture or whether we implement torture, but we become a torturer. Before becoming a torturer who dehumanizes his victims, the torturer has always first been dehumanized himself before. This, of course, is not an excuse. No, we would like to insist upon this, but it is a key to understand the psychological functioning of a criminal who has committed crimes against humanity, and which also applies for other criminals against humanity who are also analyzed in other circumstances. So this implies, therefore, this is also what the clinical studies demonstrate since the Nuremberg trials in 1945. What dehumanizes are real life or seen experiences of cultural humiliation or personal humiliation. These are disappointments. these are narcissistic injuries that may happen very, very early in childhood or in adolescence, of which the subject can be aware, but of which he does not yet perceive the dimension and the long-term effect of this. Everything is then done to compensate for this experience with humiliation. Everything is done to compensate this at the risk of denying any kind of existence for any kind of existence for the social class that we consider as responsible for this. So he first suppressed any form of identity within himself as before suppressing it in the other. Duch is psychiatrically responsible for his acts. He suffers from no mental pathology, we have said. He made choices which he thought were right when he made these choices. He was convinced by the philosophy of communism, including during a great period of time when he was at the head of S21, and he agreed. If he is easily impressed or influenceable, he is so within a realm of belief of which he shares the world vision. And then finally, we answered yes to the question, which is can Duch be rehabilitated or reintegrated? Yes, he can. He may be, because we noticed that during his life he was always able to adapt to all of these new successive life situations. This is what we had to say, Mr. President. I believe, maybe with your leave, maybe Mr. Sunbonat may add elements, or would you like what I just said to be the base of our discussion now?
The President, Mr. Kaing, you can proceed now. Kaing, thank you, Mr. President. In Cambodian culture, we usually have our children to study with their mentors, that is, the monks, and this practice has been continuing, and that's why we respect our mentors a lot, because of the way our parents have us studied with the mentors. As usually the parents would say, whatever it takes for the mentors to do in order to educate the children, and the parents only want to have their eyes back. And that is the notion of high respect committed by the students upon their mentors. And Mr. Duch, he had high respect for his mentor, and the mentor was his role model, was his guidance, and that's why he was very loyal to his master, Son Sen.
Vis-à-vis de son maître, Son Sen.
The President, now it is appropriate time for a break. The Chamber will take 20 minutes adjournment until 10 to 11 when it resumes. Court officer, can you provide necessary refreshments to the two experts during the break, and please bring them back before the chamber when the chamber resumes. The hearing is now adjourned. All rise, says the graphier.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever.
អញ្ជើញអង្គុយចុះ
The President, please be seated.
អង្គជំរះ
The court is now in session.
អញ្ជើញតំណាងសហប្រញ្ញាអន្តរជាតិ
The co-prosecutor, we note you on your feet. You may proceed.
Your Honours, I just wish to request that at some stage today, please grant us 5 to 7 minutes to respond to the defense requests made in the morning before these witnesses came in. At any stage, not at this time, subject to your convenience.
The President, the Chamber notes your request, and we will manage some time to entertain the request, and we'll see when it's appropriate for your request to be made. Judges of the bench, would you wish to put questions to these two witnesses, expert? Judge Silva Katrai, you may now proceed.
Thank you, President. I have very few questions after your extensive statement this morning and the very useful responses that you made to my colleagues' questions. You mentioned in the course of your presentation this morning that the accused's superior, Son Sen, trained him in some psychological methods. Can you expand on that for me? Were these methods directed at enhancing the accused's ability to deal with the job that he had been given, or were they directed at his ability to cope with the job personally?
Mr. Kassan-Bonat, I may now respond to your question. This morning I stated that Duch, before he became the teacher, mathematics teacher, he had gone through teacher trainings. And in that session, he was trained on how to become a good teacher, but I did not mention that Son Sen gave the lecture or trained him. So teacher trainings are the courses to be given to the teachers to know how to teach students according to the psychology of each student.
Thank you. Clearly, I misunderstood the context of your comment. This morning, you mentioned that the accused suffered from a variety of psychological issues, although you have made it clear that he has no psychiatric disability then or now. The combination of the psychological problems, such as dysempathy, splitting, alexithymia, are these qualities found in the general population singly or in combination, such as you found them in the accused?
Response. Since I have encountered or with several Khmer Rouge leaders, I have noted that those people have shared common behavior, and there is no sign of remorse or regret ever shown from them. So when we asked them in depth about the work of the revolution, then they would be reluctant to respond to us, or they didn't answer our question at all. And I met some former general of the regime. The questions of their works during the Khmer Rouge regime, but they did not respond. And I believe that because of the ideology, the discipline, and the way of life, those senior Khmer Rouge leaders seem to enjoy this behavior and share this common behavior.
Were these psychological factors so overwhelming in the accused that they resulted in him being unable to react more normally to everyday situations around him, such as the conditions that have been described at S21?
Response. I do not have a good grasp of the conditions at S21 that I may ask you to please tell us a particular condition that you are referring to here.
For example, during the testimony that we have heard, a number of witnesses have spoken of hearing screams of those being interrogated, have noted obvious signs of injuries, have noted obvious signs of malnutrition in the detainees. Thus far, the accused has said that using the reason that his physical proximity was not always close to the detainees, that he has not noted any screams, for example. So what I am asking is whether the combination of psychological factors could prevent a person in the accused situation from noting such conditions at S21.
Response. I find it difficult to respond to the question because Duch already stated that he was not that close to the detainees, which made it impossible for him to note the conditions. And we can ask how far was the accused from the detainees, and whether the detention facility, the windows, the doors were open to allow people outside the premises hear the screams of the people being interrogated. So if Duch did not work somewhere close to the vicinity, but if the building windows opened, he could have heard the screams of the detainees. However, he could have been working far from the premises that could not make it possible for him to hear the screams or the condition of the people being interrogated, or maybe the building's doors and windows were locked and closed, that noise could not be heard outside. But I find it difficult, however, to detail this information.
Dr. Sironé Guilbault, Your Honor, if you please allow me to, you brought up in your question that there was a psychological involvement in this. And I would like to tell you that in psychology, extreme situations coming from criminals who have as a defense mechanism denial, well, as far as I know, we have never faced cases of denial where the senses, the actual senses, were muted. We described cases of psychical cecity, blindness, but not regarding hearing. He was not made deaf because of this.
And one final question. You have spoken of his psychological desire and put it also into a cultural context of wishing to please his superiors and indicated that this is a factor in him working to excel at the task he was given. Is this a more marked tendency in the situation that the accused found himself in than in, say, an everyday example of an employee who is terrified of losing his job, wanting to do everything he can to please his boss?
Dr. Sironé Guilbault, indeed, we're dealing with situations of another kind in which the fear of death was present, and in particular with the accused who indeed saw for example, his superior being executed, and he was indeed expecting himself to be executed, in particular at the very end. And in fact, since 1977, he was living with the certainty that being executed would be his fate. And you brought up as well the question of obedience, of his behavior in regard to his hierarchical superiors. I would like to say before I let my colleague maybe explain and refer to the cultural context, well, this situation of obedience were described beyond Cambodia even. That is to say, in political criminology, with authors of similar kinds of crimes, as Duch, we can find again this kind of behavior, this kind of obedience, this kind of fear, this kind of desire to please, whose origin might be multifaceted. In the case of Duch, we brought up the hypothesis with my colleague, the hypothesis of the restoration of a father, the rebirth of a father in a certain way, because he brought up last year the fact that he had to show his gratefulness again to his father, which we spoke about again this week, but he didn't seem to remember it this week, however. But the question of the father, of the accused's father, and of his relationship with his father is also present in our explanations of this phenomena that we are talking about now. And what I'd like to add to this is that regarding this issue of masters, which we spoke about this morning, and which I mentioned as well in my statement, well, the idea of trying to restore the image of his father through through his quest for masters, and also the transmission of a model coming from the masters. And then maybe I will let my colleague expand on this.
Dr. Kason Bonat, I may add, in Cambodian tradition and culture and customs, it is very genuine that everyone is supposed to pay great respect to their mentor or teachers, and parents are regarded as teachers. And normally teachers are very kind, and they would educate people to know how to live, the moral and ethical code of conduct, and that's why we have the tradition of showing great respect to our teacher. Although the teachers get very old, then we have to pay them visit and offer them some offerings like money or whatever we can do to offer them. So normally teachers are much respectful. However, in the case of the accused, although his superior, who was his former mentor or teacher, but as a superior who is superior to him, of course, and in the communist regime, the superior could be regarded as an angka. So in a situation when he was obliged to kill his colleague Won Wait, so he had only two choices: to kill or to be killed. So for him to survive, he had to choose to kill the other. And the other point is that his role as the member of the party center, so he was the role model, the person who was absolutely determined, and as an absolute tool for the party. For that reason, as a tool, or the tool for the absolute tool for the party, he was supposed like a machine, the machine that had to work according to the orders and instructions. So he had to work to receive the assignments that he cannot contest or could not contest. And then he also faced the situation that I mentioned, to kill or be killed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Carr and Professor Sironi Gilbo. President, I have no further questions.
The President. Next, the Chamber would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to the experts. Co-prosecutors have 1 hour and 15 minutes to put questions. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President, Your Honors, and good afternoon. Mrs. Sigourney Gilbo and Mr. Kat Sonbonat, in your report, page 15, it was an occasion that the detainees were made to fight one another. But when we asked him about this, then he would not respond, but he said he would meet his clergy first. However, it is very general that in other detention facilities around the world, the reason they separate detainees were to make sure that detainees were not able to contact or to communicate one another. So, can you please tell the court whether in other detention facility that the chief of the detention facility allowed detainees to beat one another? And we found out that in the report it was possible. And how could the experts come up with this finding, and why Duch did not respond to your question, and that he insisted he would like to meet his pastor?
Dr. Sironi Gilbo, thank you, Mr. Co-Prosecutor. This is indeed an important question because it remained till today. It has remained unsolved insofar that we did not put the question to him last week. It's true that we had the intention of getting back to this point and to ask him if he had indeed seen his professor, but we did not have, we haven't done so. We dealt with other points that took more time. I therefore will not be able to tell you why he answered in this way. I can simply attest for the, simply state to you that this surprised us, and we had told him at the beginning of the assessment that he had indeed the right not to answer certain questions if he wished to do so, and this was one of the questions where he indeed decided not to answer. A professor, by definition, we cannot know what he will say to a priest, but we can understand it this way, insofar that the accused is Christian. I think he's evangelist. I don't think he's Catholic. I do not quite know in the details of this, and I apologize for this, but maybe he wished to say that he did not want to answer the question and that he first wanted to talk about this with someone, with a religious figure.
Peut-être que les hommes de religion,
I don't know if we speak, we didn't ask him what he had said to this priest out of respect for these men of religion, and therefore they're, of course, acting under secrecy, so it's not up to us to try to bring to the open what has been, what was said.
The co-prosecutor, thank you. The follow-up question is that on page number 15 of the report, it states that in other detention facilities, detainees were asked to beat one another because the chief of the detention facility wanted to stop them from communicating or contacting one another. So my question is, how could the chief of the detention facility do to make sure that detainees could not really communicate with one another?
Dr. Sironi Guilbault, I'm not sure I quite understood your question. When I'm speaking to you about the other detention centers, I am also thinking about the testimonies of many victims that we cared for in our Primo Levi Center, and it is also frequent in other centers as well. And it is essentially the victims who talk about this, we have noticed. So I do not know if I quite understand your question. In any case, the objective could be, and I'm putting this in a conditional form, could be that when two people fight, when two people hurt each other, and if we oblige these people to fight, of course we can prep them and give them indications, and I have lots of examples of this. Examples of witnesses who had said that because of the pain, because of the blows that they were receiving from the other, that even if the people who were subjected to this, even if these people understand the purpose of the torturer who asked them to fight, or even in the case to have sexual relations sometimes, but here we're talking about fighting, however, only now, well, they still keep an inner anger, an inner wrath against the other person he is fighting against, because that other person hurt him. So therefore, this incorporation of pain in the body also has a psychical effect that might lead someone to hate the other, or at least not to feel any kind of complicity with the other. And I would like to remind to you, Mr. Prosecutor, that when this question was put to him last year, that is to say, we asked him if he could explain a bit more in depth his intention behind this. Well, we did not get any information regarding why and the purpose, and or neither regarding the truth of this event.
Co-prosecutor, thank you. On page 48 of the report, in the first paragraph, you analyzed and concluded that the giving up of Buddhism comforted the feeling of Duch. And if he were to maintain Buddhism, then his feeling would be running in circle, and that he had to celebrate more ceremonies for the Buddhism, for his feelings to be comforted. Would you be able to shed light on this point, why you concluded in such fashion that the change of religion from Buddhism to Christianity, and when he became a Christian, his feeling was detached from the current feelings and from the sins that he committed in this world?
Contre le bouddhisme. D'accord.
Professor Sironi Gelbo.
Sur quitter le bouddhisme, mon collègue vient de dire qu'il en parlera.
Leaving Buddhism, and my colleague said that he will complete this answer later. Now, in terms of his conversion, this morning we spoke about the reasons that he had given, and that we've tried to understand, analyze together with my colleague the conversion into Christianity has as an effect not to wash away the sins or what had taken place in the past, but a conversion supposes a rebirth. In the baptism, there is that idea of a new birth into the Christian community. That is the first thing. Secondly, in the Christian religion, what Duch has said and what he says he found, this is important. He said that that God had, I don't have the text before my eyes, but he said that God had blessed him. We discussed this a lot, the issue of pardon. Now, in the Catholic religion, God is love, and sinners as well as non-sinners are admitted into are sons of God. And maybe that is an element that was important for him in his thought process, visiting the issue of karma in Buddhism.
Expert. Buddhism is a religion where each individual is educated and preached to commit good acts. Although parents commit good acts, their good deeds cannot be used in exchange for the bad acts committed by their children. If a Buddhist follower relies on his own act, he cannot avoid karma if his actions prove otherwise. He would receive whatever his actions show. Duch also said, after deep thinking and pondering, only Christianity, where the God forgives the sinners who believed in him. Therefore, he made his choice to convert himself from Buddhism to Christianity with a strong belief that he would be detached from the karma or sins that he committed, with the forgiveness from the God. In the Christianity religion, where such forgiveness does not exist in Buddhism, and that only the person himself commits good act, and that good act would supersede the bad act he commits. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. and Madam experts. On page 50, paragraph 4 of your report, you analyzed and concluded that Duch was so obsessed, and that is the key factor for him to become a core person of revolution. Can you explain further through the chambers what type of idea or notions that he held on to that make him too obsessed or extremely obsessed with the cruelty and barbarity that he committed?
Mrs. Seroni-Guilbault. Mr. Prosecutor, sir, we are two of us not to have maybe not understood your question, but on the word obsessed, don't remember having used this term. Maybe it was an issue of the translation. Obsessed, by the word obsessed, are you referring to fanaticism or his convictions as a revolutionary? I don't know very well the context, and I apologize.
Co-prosecutor, in the context that I would like to have you shed light on, it is in the Khmer translation on page 50, paragraph 4, which states the analyst said Duch was obsessed, and with that obsession he became a core revolutionary person. If you cannot shed further light on this, let me move on so that we do not waste time. It could be a technical issue related to the translation in the Khmer version, and it may not be consistent with the French translation. My next question for you is that on page 56, paragraph 2, it reads, based on the analysis of the statements of the cadres and the interrogators at S21, interrogations methods they implemented was the result of Duch training on them based on the several ideas, based on the internal view of the individual. As an expert, would you be able to explain to us the notion of this conclusion of the internal view of each individual as you stated in your report?
Il faut mieux prendre la référence en français.
Excusez-moi, pourriez-vous juste rappeler la...
Mrs. Seroni-Guilbault, could you just remind us of the last part of your question, because I think there's a real problem between the between the translation and the text.
Co-prosecutor, I think in order to save time, let me further read other parts of the report. It is also related to your psychological assessment report. It's on page 120 in paragraph number 2. You wrote that the regime was nearing an end and Duch slept day and night due to his despair. And based on that paragraph, Can you explain to the chamber the reason why, towards the ending of the regime, prisoners were not transported to S21 and execution was not carried out, and why Duch was in despair and slept day and night? I hope my question is clear enough for you. Response. I think 1 week before the Vietnamese troops entered Phnom Penh, the workload was reduced, and it's the same for the prisoners. There were few prisoners brought in, and why Duch slept day and night in despair, and that he had no strength to carry out his work. This is a situation where his role in the regime would be lost, and then he would not know what his future would be, particularly what his life would be, as communication was also lost. He responded further that when Angka evacuated them, there was only his unit and one of the radio broadcasting unit remained, and that these two units did not receive any further information regarding the evacuation or fleeing from Phnom Penh. And once the Salvation Front and the Vietnamese troops entered Phnom Penh to overthrow the Khmer Rouge regime, he did not know anything about that. In addition, his detention facility was to serve the purpose of anti-Vietnamese. And this sudden change made him depressed, and that he was in despair. This is a typical sign of depression experienced by him. That is, whatever used to be normal suddenly stopped or changed, and that he was in a state of uncertainty of what to do next. He lost his contact, and he was in the middle of a situation that he had nothing to hang on to.
Si vous permettez, Monsieur le Procureur,
Mr. Sironi Gilbo, if you allow me, Mr. Prosecutor, may I also add that what you mentioned a while ago when you said he was obsessed. We were talking about obsessional. This morning we said that Duch was somebody who was meticulous, perfectionist, and you know, for somebody who's obsessional, meticulous, rigid, very keen on detail, and who wants to do his work very well, whichever be this work, this job. The psychological mechanism of obsessionality, when this mechanism has no reason to exist, then the solution is depression, because this gives a framework to the obsessional person. This rigidity gives him a framework of life. This depression was also due to the fact that he lets go, you know, the doubts that he had on the one hand and the zeal on the other, and no longer understanding the line of Ankar. In the last, I can't give you the timeline, the month, But for as long as he could situate himself in the line of Angkar, it would suit him. It suited him. But the doubts and this feeling of discomfort increased when he was no longer had this legibility of the line of Angkar. This lack of visibility is something that is physically very marking for somebody who has an obsessional personality. After the consequence, there is that letting go. Sleep becomes a way to go forward, and you look for a new solution, a life solution, a strategy of existence up until such time as this strategy is found, one sleeps. The other strategy is also that all his work, if I may say so, we are here to understand, to analyze at any rate, the end of the regime where there was the calling into question of his whole work. As my colleague was saying, the end of his work. That was the reason why he could sleep a lot, sleep being the equivalent of depression.
Response. Let me just add, through our experience, this type of symptom realized when the Khmer Rouge soldiers attacked and entered Phnom Penh on the 17th April 75. Majority of the urban residents was shocked, taken aback, lost all the strength, and could not do anything besides sleeping and lay in one place with despair. Thank you. Co-prosecutor, thank you for your response. Also in your report, on page 121 in the Khmer language, in paragraph number 4, you wrote that Duch still used lies in order to protect himself. In that sense, can you explain to the chamber the facts which show that Duch utilized a mechanism of lies to make himself survive or to protect himself? Response. In our report, we stated that Duch did not respond, or that he tries to avoid the question, or in the technical term, denied. And this does not mean lie.
Mrs. Ironi Gilbo, that is why I would say that we are running up against a difficulty. There's a lack of context. We spoke about lies and denial, but in what context, considering we don't have the Khmer version before us, we apologize for that, but
Co-prosecutor, thank you very much. I think it could be a problem of translation. It can be found in paragraph number 4 on page 121 of the Khmer version. Let me move on with my last question before I provide the floor to my international colleague. Through the testimonies of the witness KW 31 and Chan Vươn on the 20th of April 2009, which state the accused was overjoyed, laughing, while he was beating up a victim or a prisoner or a detainee. In this context, and as a psychologist, what would be your assessment and analysis within this context?
Professor Sironi Gilbo, the accused was laughing. The witness said that the accused was laughing, was in a very good mood. Now, of course, he didn't talk about himself in this manner when we met with him. We could actually put this description of Duch on the basis of what was already mentioned this morning, namely the disempathy, that is to say, the fact of considering the other as an enemy and therefore not being sensitive to the pain or to the situation of terror and pain that is inflicted upon another. One can also mention, as we did this morning, we spoke about perversity, the fact that in this example that he be happy or satisfied in his system of reference of a work well done, thinking that the prisoners get what they deserve, but we don't know whether this laughter is to be put on the account of pleasure that Duch could have in seeing another suffer. It is the notion of pleasure in suffering inflicted by another. But I think here we can but suppose it, and we can't say much more about it. In our assessment, in what we saw, in what we examined, it doesn't allow us to conclude in this vein.
Dr. Kasun Bunnat, I am also unclear on one topic. During our interview with him, we did not receive this information or the testimony. We can only provide our advice once we know all the circumstances related to that prisoner, why he was detained, for instance, and what did he do to upset, for instance, the revolution of the Khmer Rouge, and what was his relationship with Duch or Duch superior. And during the time of the beating up by Duch on that victim, who witnessed the scene, and why Duch was in such a good mood and laughing. So, without the context, it is difficult for us to provide any further report or opinion. Thank you, Mr. and Madam Expert and Mr. President. I do not have a question, and I would like to give the floor to my international colleague, the President, the International Co-Prosecutor. You may now proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, experts, for a very erudite report, which I'm sure will help this chamber in determining as to what happened in S21 and in what context, and the extent of guilt, if at all, of this accused for those crimes. You've been very extensively examined by the chamber. Your report was very erudite and detailed, so I'll not have many questions. And I'm not a psychological expert. I'll still try to ask some very simple questions in order to assist this chamber in the determination of the matters that it has before it. So I'll just read about a dozen questions, if time permits, otherwise less than that, and seek your opinion on that. You quoted Duch as saying that he had teaching in his blood. Therefore, would it be correct to say that all his life he's been a teacher, a very dedicated mathematics teacher before joining the revolution, a very dedicated teacher at M13 and S21 to his subordinates in the art and science of interrogation, torture, detention, and thereafter till he was arrested as a teacher of mathematics and other things in China, in other places on the Thai border. Would it therefore be correct to say that teaching is the hallmark of his life?
Oui, Monsieur le procureur.
François Sironi-Guilbault, yes, sir, Mr. Prosecutor. We agree with you.
Would it also then be correct to say that, like a very good student, he respects his teachers and mentors, but like a very strict teacher, he ensures discipline, control, and obedience amongst his students and those he controls?
Les personnes qui l'enseignaient, c'est ça?
Mrs. Sironi-Guilbault, the people he was teaching?
Yes.
Is that right? Answer of Mrs. Sironi-Guilbault. We didn't ask the question directly to the accused, but we dealt with at length the theme of teaching and transmission, the importance of the acquisition of knowledge and the transmission of knowledge, know-how. And indeed, a good teacher, somebody who claims to be a good teacher, a pedagogue, takes care to, should I say this, watch over his teaching framework. So I would say yes to your question.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Now, after joining the revolution, which he claims to have joined voluntarily out of an idealism for communism and leftist ideology, he was detained for 2 years in the jail. In the jail, when he was detained, he said, and you have quoted, he lived in fear every day and was afraid of death as he saw prisoners being taken to their death. Would it be therefore correct to say that this experience of the accused fashioned his treatment of his prisoners and his work at M13 and S21?
Dr. Sironi-Guilbault, maybe you're bringing up here the question of the origin of these of the techniques that he was using. These are questions that we brought up with the accused, but we were not able to reach a conclusion regarding this question, this question which we also asked to ourselves, because he brought up very often as well the influence of his French teachers and the way that the French teachers would abuse the students, or the Vietnamese, corrects the interpreter. So, but what we can say, however, is that having been abused made us think about the possibility of a traumatic organization of his personality. That is to say, the fact of having been abused might have brought, but not necessarily automatically, but might have led to his being zealous and to paying extreme attention to the abuse of other people in similar situations.
Dr. Carson Bernard, it is true that the accused was detained for 2 years during the colonial regime. But what is more important for the accused is that the revolution movement, the movement to help the poor, the notion that he has been determined to maintain. Since he joined the communist movement of the Khmer Rouge, he was entitled the M13's chairperson, and he was compelled to accept the post because he was not happy to take up the police work. However, as an absolute tool for the party, he was in a situation that he could not contest, but to take the assignment. And as a person who got used to doing the best thing, if he had to do it, otherwise he would not do it, then his commitment at M13 was an opportunity for him to search for the tactics to interrogate detainees and to detain them. However, the work was not very successful because detainees, some of them could manage to grab the weapons from the guards and escaped. He, at that time, thought that he would be removed from the post because of committing such a mistake by allowing the detainees to grab the weapon to attack the guards. But his post was not changed, and he tried to challenge the offering of the post, but during the communist regime, the policy was very firm and strict, and that it could not be challenged. So he had to be compelled to really stay put to the duty and train the other too. So he had to be committed that as a person who oversaw the facility, he had to make sure that no mistake or margin room for error had to be made. And his subordinates and he himself were not really allowed to pay a visit to his relatives because he had to spend most of his time or all the time at the facility. I hope I answered to your question. If not, then you may please ask us for more clarification.
Thank you very much for your answer, Professor. I shall go to a slightly different but in the same continuation of time issue. You have mentioned in this report, in your report, and it has also been discussed this morning in this court, that towards 1978, Duch became afraid that he himself may be killed at S21 because he saw his professor Von Weth being sent to his death. If this was the case, if he was subjected to such fear, why do you think he continued with the Khmer Rouge movement till the late 1990s, where at least some of that fear, if not all, must have diminished?
Dr. Carson Bernard. Thank you, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, for putting this question to us. I also put the same question to Duch. I asked him after 1973, when he was committed and voluntarily joined the communist movement. He said that he was betrayed because he noted the form of activities of the communists who actually at the beginning promised to find happiness for the people, but later on they tend to kill people, to make arrests. And he said that it was too late to withdraw himself from the movement. It was like what his mentor used to tell him, that a politician is like a gear of a machine of a whole system. If any one screw was to be removed from the whole mechanism, then the machine would collapse. Otherwise, it would not happen. So, since the movement of communists was fast moving, he could not manage to remove himself from the part of the system. And when he noted that Won Wait was executed, he was subjected to fear, because he himself knew for sure that Won Wait was a very loyal person, but he ended up being killed. So he could ask himself, it was just a matter of time that he would too be executed. So he was of the opinion that if he withdrawn, it would be more dangerous than remaining in the movement. So instead, he had to show to the party or to Ankar that he had been very honest and to avoid being implicated. And I think this is a reasonable excuse or reason to live up with such situation, because everyone during the regime would be put under great surveillance and no one could escape. Thank you.
Can I ask this question to Professor Sironi Gilbo? If somebody was to be in fear during the time he was heading a security center of the kind of S-21, a fear of death, yet during those 3 years, 8 months, and less than few days, he would get married, procreate 2 children during that time, have visits from your mother and father, while at the same time, people were denied their right to life, they were being tortured, children, women, including pregnant women, were being killed. What mentality would this demonstrate of that person?
Dr. Sironi Guilbault, I would like to take advantage of your question, which is so serious, in order to remind once again the thoughts that we might have, the thoughts that we have for the victims, because in no case, when experts are here present at the Duch, and that they must explain the psychological functioning of the accused, who is here the author of all of these crimes, we would like to remain neutral in our role today as well as tomorrow, when we might would like to remind you of our neutrality. Well, to answer your question, of course, we asked ourselves the same question, but we can find here again a usual mental mechanism in this kind of person. That is to say, we can be at the same time a good father, and at the same time, well, at the same time know that children are being killed in the detention center. And how to explain this? Well, the psychical mechanism that we spoke about this morning is very much linked to splitting. We partition aspects of ourselves. We refuse to ask ourselves questions regarding certain feelings that we might have. We do not have any feelings insofar that the other person is dehumanized, because he's considered as an enemy, including children here. So it is because of this psychological mechanism, because of disempathy as well, and because we consider the other as an enemy, that it is possible and that we can create this partition and that we can just go home and carry out our life without feeling anything about this. And we also, you must understand that this is an individual who had a very high opinion of what he was doing. That is to say, to serve communism, Ankar, and that he was always persuaded that what he was doing, it was for the common good. That is to say, for the common good of that time, which was the common good of Ankar.
Because my time is limited, can I shift to another question which is very relevant to your presence here, as to the expression of guilt, if any, and the expression of remorse by this accused. Now, a lot of civil parties who are victims have come and told this court that they have not forgiven this accused because they do not accept his remorse. And to my mind, there can be two kinds of remorses. A general remorse that I'm sorry for the crimes of the Khmer Rouge, and a specific individualized remorse that I'm sorry for the crime of a victim of my crime. Can you tell us the importance of a victim? And now please put yourselves into the shoes of a victim and analyze his personality as to what kind of remorse would he or she would expect from an accused of a crime with which he is directly affected.
Dr. Sironi Guilbault, the kind of remorse that is expected here is the fact of being able to put oneself in the shoes of someone else in a true manner. Maybe the victims did not have the feeling that Duch was really able to feel or to think, to imagine what had happened to them, to imagine their suffering. And we also explained the psychological mechanism of the accused this morning, and we also spoke about an evolution in these, and a change. All of this to say that there is indeed an evolution in his awareness of this. And I can say say that the way Duch expresses himself today regarding the victims is not the same than a few months ago, which is what we only noticed last week. That is to say that somebody does not remain frozen in a way of considering the victims. He's also someone who can move ahead and who is moving beyond this state of disempathy.
Do you think remorse without expression of complete guilt about the crimes against that victim is of any consequence of unburdening that victim?
Certainement pas.
Dr. Sironi Guilbault, certainly not, of course not. The question here of remorse and of the expression of guilt, and we thought about this in depth with my colleague here present, and also indeed to bring up the notions of the shaping under the Khmer Rouge regime and the cultural expression of this guilt and remorse. But what we're expecting, in particular in the Western way of understanding this kind of criminal, this criminal against humanity, well, we expect that there be a manifestation of this guilt, and it can be manifested in very different ways, by depression, by suicidal feelings, by weeping. We have this idea in mind, and indeed many people who have this kind of history as Duch, well, when they feel guilty, this is how they express their guilt. This is not the case, however, for the accused, and where we believe that there is a real question in the accused's mind is that there is not only acknowledgement, but also the fact that he asks himself what he may do in order to repair, and the question of reparation is a burning issue in his mind, and we concluded that it's not a question due to circumstances, it's not a question of strategy, it's a real question in his mind. Even in relation to the victims, there is development in his psychology.
And one last question on this issue of remorse and guilt. Would the victims, and once again I would request you to think from the perspective of a witness, of a victim, be satisfied and their suffering be unburdened if an accused were to express general guilt in the sense, I'm sorry for the crimes of the Khmer Rouge, but I was not directly responsible. Would this be of any consequence to the victims?
Dr. Sironi Guilbault, no, indeed, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, I do not think so. I cannot, of course, speak instead of in the victim's place, but you asked us to put ourselves in the position of the victims, and I'll say again, certainly not. But however, the question, well, that we must maybe have in mind regarding Duch's character is that he is always reasoning as a mathematician, and he's always reasoning according to the rules of logic. He is willing to accept what is proven, and what cannot be proven, well, he does not accept it. For example, I think he refuses to give full responsibility to the Khmer Rouge regime for this, but he accepts the full responsibility on himself for what happened at S21. So this way of functioning, this psychological functioning, is part of his personality, but it is certain. it doesn't really help or relieve the victims, however, but I think it's also important to say that he's asking himself the question of what he could do to help and what he could do to repair all this harm.
Dr. Kaison Bernard, actually I share the same opinion as Madame François Zironi-Guilbeault, but as a victim, I may not be in the position to express my psychological reaction or my individual opinion because I am here to perform the duty, the standardized or internationalized duty.
Mr. President, I understand I have about 5 to 7 more minutes, but would I be, with your indulgence, granted another additional 5 minutes, and I shall conclude this line of arguments.
The President, you may now proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Professor Zironi-Guilbeault, a lot of victims who have come to this court have said in public and before this court that they do not understand this very mathematical psychology of the accused that you mentioned that he continues to till this day. He refuses to accept, according to them, their victimhood because of absence of a document from S21. The accused has said, not in all cases, but in a number of cases, that if there is no name in the prisoner's list, he cannot acknowledge that that victim went to S21, or there is no other document from S21, he would not acknowledge the victimhood of that victim. Victims, as a result, have felt a sense of non-acknowledgement by this accused of their victimhood, despite the fact that he claims to express remorse and guilt. This is just a comment. Would you wish to say anything on that? Otherwise, I can proceed to my next question.
Dr. Zironi-Guilbeault, we are here. We have taken an oath this morning to say all of the truth. This is a comment indeed, but I would like to add one of the themes that was brought up last week with Duch regarding his development. We focused on his psychological evolution and to see how far he moved ahead and where he stagnated. Religion for him is certainly a therapy. This is, and he says it himself, and I feel that I may say this before the chamber. He brought up the question in Christianity of a precept which says you will love God, you will love the other the way God loves you. And so we were speaking here about enemies, we were speaking about the others, we were speaking about the victims and those who do not think like us. And the discussion that we had was in no way just an ordinary discussion. We were really talking about, we were really trying to understand where the accused was standing in relation to this awareness of the other. And he said that he was that it was not easy for him, that he was still facing difficulties stepping out of this mathematical way of thinking that you brought about, that you spoke about, and out of this Khmer Rouge way of thinking as well. And it's not because, of course, someone says something that we necessarily have to believe it all the way. And of course, we spoke about this, and there, well, in Duch's life today, there is indeed development. It is difficult for him, but he is not the way he was even a few months ago. Well, what I want to say here in short is that there is this development and this awareness or developing awareness, let us say at least, of the other, of the victim. And it's not automatic, of course, and it's not easy for, of course, the accused who is using religion as a therapy.
Thank you, Professor. And my last two questions, Mr. President, would be on the issue of rehabilitation. Now, you have devoted a short but very important chapter on the question of rehabilitation in your report. And you say that accused may be rehabilitated amongst ordinary civilian people because he has shown that tendency of living in civilian areas. Would you agree that for the purposes of rehabilitation, just as it is important for the individual to be ready for rehabilitation, it is equally, and in fact maybe more important, for the rehabilitating surroundings, the people among whom he is rehabilitated, are also ready for that rehabilitation. Most of the people in this country have some kind of suffering from the times of the Khmer Rouge. Do you think, despite your finding that he may be rehabilitated, unless there is an absolute individualized remorse and an absolute unqualified guilt for the crimes, that rehabilitation may be difficult because people may not find it acceptable to have an unremorseful person amongst their midst? And I'm not asking only in the Cambodian context, and that's why the question is directed to Professor Sironi, as to how would a victim perceive this of an accused from whom he or she may have direct feeling of victimhood.
The President, we note Mr. Francois Roux is on his feet. You may proceed.
Mr. Roux, thank you, Mr. President. I object to this question, which is based on the principle, that is based on the assertion that Duch would not have any form of individual remorse, and that Duch would not have acknowledged the totality of his responsibility. This is what the co-prosecutor is saying, but you cannot ask an expert to answer a closed question such as this one. You can maybe say that the prosecutor asserts that there is not full recognition of responsibility, but do not state this as being a reality. This is your hypothesis. Thank you, Mr. President. So, and I would like this to be corrected indeed.
The President. The Chamber would like now to give the floor to the International Court Prosecutor to provide his observation regarding the objection made by the Defense Counsel.
Your Honours, my learned friend is indeed a very experienced counsel at international tribunals. At those tribunals, including at this tribunal, there's a difference between a fact witness and an expert witness. There is settled jurisprudence that while with a fact witness, you can only ask them about what they saw, heard, or went through, with an expert, because he or she has been asked by the court to come and assist, because he has a special expertise. Questions can be asked to elicit their opinion. That's why Your Honours give a direction to a fact witness that you shall only say what you saw, heard, or went through. Your Honours did not give that direction to these honourable experts because they are experts from Cambodia and internationally who are assisting Your Honours in finding out about the psychological characters of this accused and its relevance for ascertaining his liability for the crimes for which he is being indicted. So my limited response is that questions seeking opinions can be asked to the experts. Certainly, had there been fact witnesses, those questions would have been inadmissible.
The President, Mr. Francois Roux, you may respond.
Mr. Roux, I probably didn't make myself understand properly. I am not calling into question the possibility of asking the experts their opinion. I am objecting to the fact that you are affirming something as if it were the truth, while it is your opinion. So do tell the expert that the prosecutor believes that he has not said everything, and under those conditions, can he be rehabilitated? But do not tell the expert he has not said everything. I affirm that he has not said everything, and therefore can he be rehabilitated? Explain to the expert that it is your opinion that you are giving. That is the reflection that I was making.
The President, it is now appropriate time for an adjournment. And it is important for the interpreters to have a break. So the chamber will have 15 minutes break, and we will resume at 3:15. Court officer, can you provide necessary refreshments to the experts and invite them to be back before the chamber at the set time? All rise, says the greffier. The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. Judges of the bench, do you have questions to be put to these two experts? Judge Lavange, you take the floor.
Good morning, Professor. Good morning, Madam Expert, and thank you for having come from so far to report on the results of your psychological assessment concerning the accused. I would like to, first of all, come back to the purpose of this expertise. You indicated in your report that you have explained to the accused the meaning of this approach. If I'm not wrong, I believe you said that the idea was to proceed with the analysis of a life course of an individual in order to better get to know him and to understand, if need be, the links that may exist between him, that is to say this individual, and the actions that are reproached. That are held against him. And you also said that this expertise will be carried out within a specific framework, that is to say a case where it is question of crimes against humanity, and you indicated that this supposed an approach which in itself probably supposed that one resituate the life course of the individual more globally with the history of the society within which he lived. It is current or common in some Western countries to carry out such assessment, such expertise, and this is probably undoubtedly rarer in Cambodia and maybe also before other international jurisdictions. Could you tell us, because you have experience in this field, what is the importance over and beyond the reminder that I have just given, the importance of such expertise? What is the interest of it for justice and for the parties?
Tout d'abord, Monsieur
Mrs. Françoise Sironi-Guilbeault, Your Honours, as you know, we answered to the questions that were asked of us by the investigating judges. The co-investigating judges are the ones who commissioned us with a certain number of precise questions, which I did not take up here again because they were mentioned by the President. This kind of psychological assessment's purpose or function is to shed light, as you said, for justice, assisting justice on the basis of very precise questions that were asked of us with regard to the capacity for empathy, intelligence, and one can presuppose, therefore, that the co-investigating judges felt this necessity to order this expertise. What is more, the importance of this kind of psychological assessment, which takes into account, on the one hand, the individual history and the collective history, avoids biases which are frequent in our discipline, be it in psychology or be it in psychiatry. That is to say, explaining the life course of a man, his facts and acts and gestures solely on the basis of elements linked to his early childhood or intra-psychic determining factors. And very often one does not take into account all the external elements, the repercussions of these elements, and I think it is indeed very important, and all the expertise need to articulate the collective history and the individual one. I don't know whether my colleague wishes to add something. It's all right, says Mr. Sanbonat.
Évaluation.
Judge Laverne, this evaluation, this assessment, psychological assessment, which there is no reference in the title to psychiatry. This assessment has no therapeutic value, of course. That is not its prime finality. However, as you have said, you've had many interviews, that you have noted a certain evolution. Maybe it's strange to start with this point, but all the same, do you believe that this assessment has had an impact on the accused? And if so, what kind of an impact could this have? Mrs. Sironi Gilbo, maybe we'll be two to answer this question very briefly to start off. We asked ourselves this question. It was maybe a bit difficult for us to make a distinction between the impact of the psychological assessment that we carried out from the impact of the whole procedure, because he was before the court every day. He saw us at specific moments a week with a month's interval last year. 2 weekends, and personally I believe that it is more the impact of the whole of the procedure. Now, what always happens in all the psychological assessments, and we watch over this carefully, is not well, the accused don't know the questions that the co-investigating judges have asked us to ask. And something else that we watch over is make sure that the accused not be able to answer as a function of what they deem is the right answer with regard to their situation, because it is an accused, it is a person who's been arrested, and it is a person who has his strategy in the face of justice. But I would say this is the case in all psychological assessments. The therapeutical issue, to come back to your question, sir, the assessment does not have this objective, this purpose, but it is perceptible. Mr. Sunbanat, I'd like to add that over the interviews that we had with the accused, and according to the analysis of his behavior, we do not find impacts of a negative nature on the accused. To the contrary, he appears, how would I say, this as being welcome every time that we meet with him.
Oui,
Judge Lavan, in the beginning of your assessment, you said that the accused cooperated a lot. This, he believed, was a measure that was important in his eyes, and I think you also said that he was perfectly well informed about the judicial nature of the exercise, namely that a report would be given to the investigating judges, and the same report would also be notified to the parties. This was explained to him clearly. Is that right?
Alors, je l'ai dit dans l'intitulé.
I said in the beginning that in the title there is no reference to the psychiatric side, which is nonetheless important. You said in the course of your oral report that the accused is somebody who has no mental disorder, and the psychiatrist, the expert on psychiatry, may inform us that there is no mental disorder that could have affected the consciousness, the conscience of the accused.
Et peut-être, si je peux me permettre,
Judge Laverne continues, and maybe it'll be easier for you to express yourself in Cambodian, in Khmer.
Dr. Kasan Bonat, I would like to indicate that during the interviews with Duch, during the first interview, we were in doubt in his background. From the very beginning, he encountered some kind of terrifying circumstances, the moment that can really harm, could really harm his life, and he faced these situations on several occasions. However, Duch could manage to have these problems resolved without any problem. In particular, when he was sent to the detention facility, and having been at the detention facility, he shows his attitude, the behavior that suggests that he feels fear, or he has experienced some kind of depression. And in order to know more about the truth, and to make sure that we want to make sure Duch does not lie to us, then we conducted the first research with Mrs. Francois Zirconi-Gilbo, and we found out that in the medical report there has not been any sign of problem as suggested in the report, which can be concluded that Mr. Duch has not been affected by any psychological problem that leads to the severe distress. I have verified the situation and proved that he has not been physically, psychologically affected at this stage.
Judge Laverne, so you confirm to us that this is somebody who has no hallucinations, he doesn't encounter any such problems, he is somebody who is well anchored into reality, he knows what surrounds him, he knows what is the reality of the people who are around him, he has no problems in terms of perception. Is that correct?
Response. According to the statements and the account of Duch, he explained the accounts of his childhood and he drew the reasons why he chose to follow the communist ideology, and I experienced and encountered the same situation, and his account was appropriate, and it cannot be viewed as the illusion anyway.
Judge Laverne, I don't wish to come back to the entire report, but maybe on some specific points in order to bring some clarifications, although I believe that your report is very clear. Mention was made, and you used a word which is not very frequently used, namely alexithymia. You indicated that this represented an inability, I hope I've understood correctly, inability to feel emotion and also expressing emotions. Now, maybe you could define a little more precisely what type of emotions are at hand, because in your report, mention was also made of what you called emotions of a political nature. Namely, you spoke about these political emotions which could be raised through feelings of humiliation, anger, which may generate a desire for vengeance and can have consequences. So, what emotions are you talking about when you say that he is this inability to feel and express these emotions?
Les émotions dont il est question
Mrs. Ironi Guilbault, the emotions that we're talking about which cannot be felt are emotions concerning his own subjectiveness or subjectivity, emotions of compassion, emotions concerning the suffering or the pain of others, but his as well. By this I mean emotions such as fear, and I'm thinking here of emotions of, yes, suffering. Now you might say that suffering is not an emotion, but it is the fact of not having access to or not have access anymore to these internal feelings. We can talk about emotions, and we can talk about joy, elements which would mark a certain fragility, certain weakness, or certain fragile elements in the individual. this is not the case in the individual. Alexithymia can indicate all the emotions. When you take the definition of the term, maybe it would have been important here to specify what kind of emotion we're talking about, because some emotions, such as anger, were maybe felt. I'm not saying they were felt during the expertise. We're not talking about all emotions, but we're talking about emotions which are not, which serve the idea that the person has of his personality. We insisted a lot on the tempering or the fabrication of the man under the Khmer Rouge like a new psychology. But we also spoke about the past. Everything cannot be attributed to this period of his life. His youth, his adolescence were marked by a strong attraction towards Stoicism, and I give that as a reminder. There was already this learning, as it were. How can I express this? This non-expression of emotions and what is the source, the cause, and I could maybe conclude with this. Probably a reaction against pain and disappointments that were too strong, and that he wanted to chase away from his conscience by adapting a behavior, a philosophy, an ideal, and by silencing forever his heart and his feelings. May I add something, says Professor Sun Banatka?
Dr. Kasun Bernard, I may add in relation to this terminology, alexithymia, which it is related to our Cambodian tradition and customs. Because in general, our children are educated not to voice their difficulties and suffering, because it is a kind of way to tell people to know our weaknesses. So that's why we are educated not to reveal our weaknesses. And there is a slogan that it is better to be quiet than to talk. Because being quiet means we don't really pose any challenges to others, but it means like we are not coward, or we don't give in anyway by being quiet. As a boy, a son in particular in Cambodian society, everyone is supposed to be strong, and that we should not or are not supposed to voice our difficulties or weaknesses. And Duch maintains the Stoicist theory. According to his study, he encountered an article about, in French, La Mort du Loup. This article inspired him a lot. It makes him really stay put to follow this theory from the text. In addition, every communist believes that communist follower would be supposed as the absolute tools for Angkar and the party. Therefore, when someone is assigned or appointed to the position, regardless of the duty is very difficult or dangerous, then the person has not or is not supposed to complain, and then he has to obey the orders and receive the assignments. During the Khmer Rouge regime, I can observe that through my the treatment I have offered to the people who survived the regime, those would say that during the time when they encountered great difficulties, they chose to be quiet, but not to complain. I therefore believe that this alexithymia is linked to both the Khmer history and its culture and customs.
Judge Lavergne, to sum up, can we say that with regard to the accused, the latter, as a result of his family, history, his culture, his education, upbringing, and his meeting or his encounter with communism,
en définitive interdit tout ressenti
decided not to allow himself to feel anything, and that the emotions that he felt were those that corresponded either to the communist ideal or what was expected of him by society. Is that what you mean by what you said?
Oui, en quelque sorte.
Professor François Sironi-Guilbault, yes, indeed, that it could be expressed in that way. I wish also to say, Your Honor, that the expertise, the assessment, we had a lot of interviews with the accused, that is true, and what was also important for us was to establish truly an analysis of his biography with the articulation of these different elements. But I do wish to say that in all assessments, coming to the roots and to be able to tell before the court at what time, how things actually took place in the detail would be difficult for us, because this kind of description can be done with certainty only if the accused was not an accused but in the course of a psychotherapy or psychoanalysis. So there are certain unconscious elements to which we do not have access.
Alors,
Laverne, my other question is the following. An individual who presents this characteristic, is he unable, completely unable to feel the suffering of the other? Be it the physical suffering, which can be quite obvious, I believe, but also the psychic or mental or psychological suffering. Professor Sironi Gilbo answer. Undoubtedly, Your Honor, but this is not simply related to alexithymia, but it is also due to other factors that we spoke about. Splitting, which is cleavage in French, other defense mechanisms or mechanisms adapting that adapt to a context of terror. I wish to say that when you are not a torturer, you are not suffering from alexithymia. This is a process that is desired by the subject. He met outside situations where in this way of being in the world was highly valued.
Judge Lavergne, yes, indeed. That was kind of the idea of my question, which I'm about to put to you now. So, did the accused benefit in any way from this shaping process which made him what he is? In a certain way, did he not participate very actively in becoming what he became? Ms. Sironi Gilbo, I can answer from the standpoint of the personality of the accused, and only from that position. There is of course, a conscious element of having adhered to an ideal, and you were speaking about benefit. Well, let's say there was maybe satisfaction of becoming, for example, courageous, or such as these characteristics were described in a specific system, or in his idea of what it is to be a man. So I can answer from the standpoint of his personality, yes, to this question. There is no, how should I say this, of course there is a desire to become the one you wish, and the shaping process, of course, did not happen in. Of course, he did participate in the shaping process. It was not done in a completely divorced way from his personality. Yes, of course. Judge Lavergne. So, indeed, was there also in the accused an awareness that he was an active member, an active participant in this great deconstruction or reconstruction process that you mentioned, that you describe? You spoke a lot about his training, his education. And I believe that what's important for the accused who likes to teach, who has a past of it as a teacher, but who also explained that he made very specific choices regarding the people who seemed to him to be the best suited to become good interrogators. For example, he said that he had tried to recruit young boys aged around 15, adolescents who were, according to him, quote-unquote, blank sheets of paper on which you could write. Awareness, usage of all of this. What can you tell us in relation to all of this? Professor Sironi Gilbo, I do not believe that we can separate both awareness and utilization of these elements. I can only here come up with hypotheses and provide you with hypotheses, because this question was not brought up during the psychological assessment. You see, an individual who likes to teach, who has an ideal, who participates in the construction of this idea, but who also has doubts, and we spoke about this at one point. But however, he occupied a position, and he was training. Yes, it's true. He was speaking about this position as a trainer, and I believe that this teaching talent that he has exists, and he used this love for and his talent for teaching, and he probably used this ability in other functions where he was transmitting knowledge. And I'd like to specify that he was also had been trained by a psychopedagogist, Sun Sen. So there is probably here methods that he learned from Sun Sen. That's what I can say. Yes. Would you like?
Expert, I would like to add to my colleague. In his role as a teacher of mathematics, before Duch went out teaching, he was trained in the pedagogical area and psychological area, and that made him understand the psychology of the children, the adolescents, and the adult.
Judge Lavergne, earlier on during your presentation, you said to us that the accused did not show any signs of perversion, and you said that you understood the word perversion in a very specific way, maybe which you might be able to explain a bit later on. But however, you also said, if I'm not mistaken, that there was also a question of perversibility, quote unquote. I think you stated this. Well, the question that I asked myself while I was reading your assessment, in particular on page 60, you said the following: Duch was actively participating in this reconstruction enterprise at S21. The victims were obliged to write down their confessions, which were sometimes completely unbelievable, and Duch knew this, which had no veracity. And in order to dehumanize the victim and to subtract its identity and replace it with a new identity that was completely falsified, but which agreed with what we were expecting it to be. So, is this approach, which is a method of falsification, aren't we here close to a rather perverse mechanism here? Isn't, or in any case, for those who were subjected to it, isn't the fact of having to confess, although that we might be innocent, having to confess that we are guilty, doesn't this end up being something that is completely perverse? Professor Cyril-Nicole, yes, of course, I understand your question very well, Judge Lavergne. It's true that this issue on the signification of words does exist, and I would like to get back to this. Yes, I'd like to repeat, first of all, that we're not here to justify what he did. And I would like to stress this again as an expert. That's not our function. But we are not here dealing with a perversion as it is traditionally understood with a sexual element to it. No. We could speak about perversity, yes, because the concept exists in French. It's not the result of a diagnosis, but we speak about perversity when there are a certain number of elements present in the mind of a subject, in particular denial, splitting, manipulation, control, fascination, trying to please the people around you, trying to do this for your own benefit, for your own personal enterprise. It's obvious, as I was saying earlier, that given all these elements, we could indeed bring up the notion of perversity. But where there is, however, an issue for psychologists and clinical psychologists is the question of whether it is shaping. Perversity is an observation, yes, but very soon we have to know where this perversity comes from. Perversity does not exist as such, and we're going to therefore try to look for what leads an individual to behave in such and such a way. In the example that you mentioned from my report, of course, we could bring up this concept, which was also the way of operating at S21. I'm not a historian, but I'm not an expert of the Khmer Rouge, so I don't want to go too far here. But I think it could be seen as an example, indeed, of what I was describing as perversity. Judge Lavergne, so here again, it was a question of what you call defense mechanism, what you just referred to. You spoke about denial, for example, splitting in particular. Is this splitting a question of removing yourself from things? You're giving an example. Well, for the accused during this entire trial, it was very, very important for him to say that he did not personally participate in any acts of torture, torture, quote unquote, that he did not personally kill anybody, and he mentioned an example that might seem important for me to get back to. He says that one day Nunchea asked him to take medicines and to test this medicine on prisoners. And this medicine, supposedly, this medicine could have eventually been poison that would have been used to commit an attack. And he explained that he took this medicine, they were pills, I believe, and he emptied the pills and he replaced the capsules, I'm sorry, correct to interpret it, and he replaced the content of the capsules with a neutral substance, and that he then gave this medicine in a perfectly conscientious way. He administered this medicine, and he was quite happy to say to us that indeed the people who had received this medicine did not die as a result of this medicine that he personally had administered. But there's another question here, is to know, did these individuals survive? That's the next question. And in fact, he explained that, well, as anyone who was detained at S21, they were executed, they were smashed. So, so we're dealing with what dimension here? Are we speaking about splitting? We're not speaking of, this is not a question of denial, unless I am mistaken. Or is it removing yourself from reality? Or is it a form of hiding reality? How, from a psychological standpoint, can we analyze this? Professor Sironi Gilbo, well, we can... Well, I don't want to bring up too many concepts, but we could bring up the concept of negation, denegation, basically, more precisely. That's to say, perfectly denying an act. Denegation is acknowledging partially your participation in acts and in facts, but by trying to justify yourself, however. So it's a partial acknowledgement of reality or of the facts. And in the example that you mentioned, I can compare this with what might happen sometimes in other cases, which is to say, well, at the beginning you might be in a state of denial, and then when evidence is brought to you, then you move on to denegation, and then you move then to self-accusation. And it seems to me that these are elements that we have perceived during the reenactment in particular, because since there were very many sessions, and we also there was a retranscription of the reenactment that we became aware of, and what we saw also from the trial as well leads me to say what I just said. And to state that, yes, indeed, I perceive these three phases in the accused, that is to say, denial, denegation, and then self-accusation. And therefore, he's reminded, then he keeps on saying that I am a criminal, etc. So this is a process, indeed, and this might be a way of not yet accepting, or not being able to accept completely these realities. So it's a psychological mechanism which might be a way of hiding a part of the truth to yourself. Judge Laverne, in a rather interesting way, I believe. I think at the very beginning of the assessment, you asked the accused to mention the names of people who might have been killed at S21, and you said that in your relationship with Duch, that it was something that was difficult for Duch to mention this, where it is somebody who is has excellent intelligence, and I think an excellent memory. So he mentions a figure of 200 people who died at S21, which is rather surprising given his abilities. So isn't this a sign of this denial, denegation, self-accusation that you're speaking about? Is this part of the same process, this inability to remember? The selective memory? Yes, Professor Sironi says, yes, indeed, I believe that this is part of the same process, indeed. It's true that at the very beginning of our assessment, when we saw the accused, there was a certain amount maybe of distrust, we can say, vis-à-vis us, because we are indeed dealing with a context of justice here. So he was extremely distrusting, and he was maybe trying to minimize maybe the figures that he probably very well knew, in fact. So what I would like to say is that here again, things have changed, and I believe that my colleague agrees with this, and we have been able to see indeed this mechanism, denial, denegation, self-accusation, but that this mechanism has changed during our sessions, and recently, indeed, he proved to be much less in a state of denial and being much more confident in being, and showed that he was able to bring up a certain amount of elements linked to his own life and expressing remorse, which were not present at the start. Judge Lavergne, so something else that might be difficult to understand in the accused's personality, I do not know if you use this word exactly, but it is ambivalence. That is to say that it seems to me that we are dealing here with someone who can express at the same time disgust, shame for what he was doing, and who says that he actually felt this during the facts, as well as someone who maybe showed zeal and who maybe behaved maybe even beyond expectations. So is this ambivalence something that you perceived, and how may we explain it? Professor Sironi Galbo, well, the ambivalence is a result is that two contrary elements coexist in the same person, which is, and coexist maybe in a quasi-consecutive way. We can explain this by first a need, a need for affiliation, a strong need for affiliation that we see in the accused. Obedience, indeed, which is also very important. Nothing. He was fulfilling his role, no questions asked, and so there can be indeed on one side obedience, as I'm saying, obeying orders, the fact that therefore of belonging to function in a system, and on the other hand, doubts, doubts which would account rather for, well, he was not able to quiet his doubts, let's say. So if both elements are present, it is therefore perfectly possible in human psychology, and so we can have disgust and at the same time zeal, you see, or excessive zeal on the other side, because we are trying here against all odds to demonstrate your allegiance, one's allegiance to a party or to ideals or to a hierarchical superior whom we may admire. For example, Son Sen or his other superiors. I don't know if I answered your question, but maybe. Do you want to add something? I can add something regarding both of these elements, zeal and disgust, therefore, that normally speaking, everything had been orchestrated to quiet these doubts. But when we are generally when we're in a situation of ambivalence, what happens? We cannot remain for a long time in a situation of ambivalence, and therefore we find coping mechanisms and exit solutions, and we either swing to one side or to the other, and that is when denial comes into place. Of course, it's not conscious, but that is the psychological functioning behind this. And in this case, well, zeal partakes in this. That is to definitely to quiet absolutely what we cannot accept, and this factor is going to lead to justifications to quiet indeed disgust and what we cannot accept in ourselves. Or if we cannot get out of this ambivalence, well, then there is a risk, well, physical illness, that's the result maybe, some kind of physical escape or depression or illness, mental illness, yes, which indeed is not the case here. I think that with Duch we were dealing more with trying to build denial in order to get out of the situation of doubts which he could not handle. Judge Lavergne, another question that I might address more to Professor Sunbanat. I believe that there is a word that we can see quite often in your report, and it's a word that we heard quite often during these proceedings. And the word is the word sacrifice. So it was question of sacrifice, of course, on the part of the accused when he said that, well, when I joined the revolution, I was ready to sacrifice myself for a noble cause, and it was also question of sacrifice in the functioning of S21 itself. It was also it is question of human sacrifice in order to build the foundations of a possible new society, and then it was a bit question of sacrifice, but even though it wasn't directly expressed as such by the accused, when he said to us that, or maybe this is how I interpret it, let's say, well, he presented himself as the person who was willing to sacrifice himself to social reprobation, to sacrifice himself to the criticism of his citizens. He said, "I'm willing to be pointed by the finger. I'm willing to be punished. I'm ready to be punished." So here again we find this. Of course, in different circumstances, but we find the same mechanism again. So sacrifice, therefore, is something. Is sacrifice something important in Cambodian culture? And in a general way, does it have any kind of particular signification for the accused?
Sunbunat, I would like to respond to your question, Your Honor. If I understand correctly, the question is the sacrifice. By the accused. In the Cambodian culture and tradition, we received our education from our parents, from society, from the school, and from the Buddhist religion, and that we have the responsibility to share what we have with those people around us. And not only we share what we have, but also we have to sacrifice to help the poor, the dead, in our saying, the intellectual maintains his ignorance and the big ship rescues the small boats. This is a notion for us to sacrifice and assist the poor and not just to give value to self. However, in the communist movement, the term sacrifice has a more weighty meaning than the cultural meaning. In order for the communist movement to defeat the incumbent government, they had to fight, physically fight against them. And they had to face the challenge of life and death situation. Therefore, in every case of joining the communist movement, they realize that they have to sacrifice their lives for the noble cause, for the movement. This means to sacrifice one's life, one's interest, to overcome all the obstacles, even if it means one has to give up his own life. And this is for the cause of the communal benefit for those people who suffered in the community. That is the general term of sacrificing oneself in joining the communist movement. But also in that regard, especially in the term, in the specific situation of S21, the sacrifice is rather different. I myself is not an expert in dealing with S21 situation, and the notion of sacrificing oneself or one life for the cause of S21, for what purpose, is difficult for me to understand.
Judge Laverne, there are, I believe, sacrifices which are voluntary, more or less voluntary, that is to say, that are the result of a given approach. And then you have the sacrifices which are imposed upon victims. Now, this other form of sacrifice, does this also exist in the Cambodian tradition, Cambodian culture that talks about human sacrifice?
Response. I may not fully understand the question in relation to human sacrifice, the sacrifice imposed on the victims. Could you please elaborate the question or rephrase it?
Judge Laverne, question. I think you explained in a very relevant and interesting manner that you could sacrifice yourself, and what was the meaning of sacrifice when you joined the Communist Party, which in my opinion is very interesting. But when one talks about S21, there was also the fact that this was a machine, sacrificial machine. I believe that is also what was used in your report. And my question was to know whether this sacrificial practice, which in this case in point is not a voluntary approach, but something that is imposed to rebuild, to found a new society. Would this approach exist, or has it existed in the tradition, Khmer tradition or culture?
Response. The type of sacrifice at S21, as you indicated that it was done voluntarily or at will, I think this kind of situation did not happen before. We had a kind of humanitarian sacrifice, the sacrifice to save the lives of other people, the sacrifice to rescue or to help ease the burden of the people who lived in poverty or who had encountered difficulties. However, the sacrifice at S21 is unprecedented. And the principle of sacrifice is supposed to be following the norm of ethical norm or Buddhist way of norm.
Judge Laverne, there is yet another question which is important, at any rate for the victims. This concerns the regrets expressed by the accused. Many a times the accused expressed his regret, and you said that the question of their sincerity didn't seem to be for you a relevant issue, because one had gone beyond when dealing with the question of regrets. And I believe you said the following: for the accused, it is a matter of choice, the choice of re-affiliate with the strongest human communities. Choose groups of belonging which are powerful. And you indicated, for example, that for the accused, these powerful groups could be represented by the Christian community, by the Western world, and even by the international justice system. Now, my question is that does this mean then that for the accused, is it always impossible to exist without being affiliated to a community? He cannot exist as an individual? Does he absolutely need to be a part of a community? And through his regrets, he tries to integrate these communities. Is that what you meant? answer of Dr. Sironi Gilbo. I would say that generally speaking, we have one or several communities of belonging, even as singular, as individuals. We belong to groups or we may believe that we are singular individuals and we don't belong to a community such as in the West. But in these cultures here, it is the belonging to a family. To come back to Duch, probably for him, he does not live without an ideal and without beliefs. He said, and he said this time and again, and it's not just enough to be said, and we understood this through his analysis, his assessment, his biography. There are two things that are important. One, to believe in something that is transcendent, and, well, at any rate, that is one thing that is important. And then the belonging to a community. We analyzed what was dealt with last week, and this was really quite clear, namely that he has changed groups after the belonging or affiliation to communism, where there was no question of individuality, where one had to deny every and any individuality. He then chose yet another group, and this choice was thought of at length. He said there were several things: the encounter with the evangelist, Christian person, as well as history, which showed, and I quote him here, he says that those who won over communism are the Christians, he said. And therefore, for him, it was logical to choose this group. I wouldn't say that this is necessarily the essential reason. What is interesting in the thought process of the accused is the choice of a group, of course, but a group where it is the individual, singular individual who exists, because in the Christian religion, it is not the group, the Christian community, but each individual has a direct link with his God, and therefore here one is completely changing systems. Communism was the individual who disappears, but here he affiliates to a group where, on the contrary, it is a subject that exists in his union with God. And you were alluding to the question of therapy. I believe that this life course, this approach, probably had a therapeutical outcome for the accused. There you have it.
Voilà, j'aurais juste une dernière question.
Question of Judge Laverne. It's the last sentence of your report where you say the following. You say that we hope that the psychological assessment involving political crime will help in explaining the life course which takes a singular subject to lose his awareness of the subject, and this, whatever be his culture, by conviction, submission or obedience, acceptance of the modes of expression of power or governance of power, through fear and the need for affiliation. Now, maybe to clarify things here, could you just tell us what you understand by the loss of the awareness of the subject, or the consciousness of the subject? What does that really mean? Loss of awareness of being the subject. So this is the answer of Professor Gilbo. Everything that you mentioned with regard to sacrifice, loss of the awareness of being a subject, means being in circumstances, accept to be within them, agree to be in them, where the individual no longer exists to the benefit of the collective. There are dangers in this, and yet there is discussion in the matter, because if you take into account cultural matters in certain cultures, this discussion may seem rather strange. The conclusion is probably of a kind which is more understandable to a Western tradition, because the notion of the subject, the awareness of the person as a subject, is very important in certain parts of the world and lesser so in others. And I would also add, and you mentioned this, and this was not put in the report, was the fact that the watchdog, as it were, against sacrifice, the individuality and awareness of the self, that which protects is not belonging to only one group, but to have a multiplicity within oneself. That is to say, you can be a judge, a father, a footballer, soccer player, just giving you a variety of examples. That is the multiplicity of belongings. And the great danger from a psychological standpoint is the reduction of an individual to one single affiliation, one single sense of belonging. And that is where all types of dangers may occur. We're open to all kinds of danger. Would you wish to? No. Judge Lavan, thank you very much indeed for all these explanations. I have no further questions for Madam the expert and professor.
The President, since it is now time to take an adjournment, will take the adjournment now and resume at 1:30 p.m. The security personnel are now instructed to take the accused to the detention facility and return him to the courtroom by 1 p.m. The greffier, all rise.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. I would like now to give the floor to Judge Cartwright to speak to the International Court Prosecutor. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The concern of the defense was related to the basis on which you put the question to the experts. If the prosecutor could reframe the question, for example, if the trial chamber were to find or some other appropriate manner, then that would be acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor, for that direction, and I shall abide. Dr. Sironi Gilbo, it's not for any party to rule on the guilt or remorse or its extent of the accused. It's for these learned judges to decide at the end of the trial. Therefore, whatever I'm going to tell you is my interpretation of what the current situation is or may be. Therefore, can I put it to you that should the trial chamber were to conclude that the guilt, the expression of guilt by this accused is not complete, not unqualified, not individually directed at the victims, and if the remorse similarly is not individually directed and very general. How would it be for victims, amongst whom clearly this accused will have to be rehabilitated if the need arose, perceive that, and how would they see the rehabilitation of this accused amidst them?
Answer, Professor Sironi Gilbo. When I wanted to say that I'm a bit embarrassed by your question, or bothered by your question. Reid answered the question on whether the accused can be rehabilitated as a function of the psychological analysis that we carried out. You evoked the context, the victims, and I would rather, if you will allow me, give the floor to my Cambodian colleague.
Dr. Ka Sunbunat. Within the context of what you proposed, and per our report, we can say that the accused can be rehabilitated. It is our view that before the accused was detained, he had lived in the community and also worked as a primary school teacher. This shows that he made himself to live in the new society. Although he had shown his remorse and of his acknowledgement of guilt, not toward any person in particular, this behavior reflects the notion that he can be rehabilitated and resides within the society. And what I said is based on my interview about his circumstance before his arrest.
Mr. President, last follow-up question, and I shall finish with my examination. And now, once again, this question is directed to both the experts. It is the case of the prosecution that from at least late 60s till the time he was arrested, the accused was living in areas sympathetic to the Khmer Rouge. It is the prosecution's case. Till at least 1979, he was clearly living in areas sympathetic to the Khmer Rouge. And as he told you, he was living on the Thai border amongst the Khmer Rouge till at least he was arrested. During this time, at least after 1979, for a large chunk of time, he was living under a false identity. This is the prosecution's case. He was living under a different name to the extent that when he was discovered by two journalists, and it's quoted in their books, he was angry. How would you perceive the view of the victims in whose midst he'll be living for the first time outside the areas sympathetic to the Khmer Rouge. And if I may rephrase and make my question very small, how would your perception be different of the accused's acceptability for rehabilitation if you were to be told that those areas were sympathetic to his cause and now the rehabilitation will happen those who were directly considering themselves to be the victims of the Khmer Rouge? You may or may not wish to answer this question, but this is our suggestion. Would you make a comment on that?
Dr. Ka Sumanat, the circumstance of living of the accused from 1980 until the day of his arrest, he resided at the Khmer Rouge-controlled zone. Although later on, the people living there sympathized with the former Khmer Rouge, it is still a danger for someone or a person to live there, and it could be for someone to risk their life living in that area. I also speak through my personal experience. When he relocated to live near the Thai border, and the frequent changes of his name showed the concern he had, and his attempt not to be located or that he might be found through his actual name, Kaing Guek Eav. So this is a pattern of concealment of his identity. And at that time, there was no public announcement yet of the government's policy on reconciliation. And later on through the process, we have witnessed the anger of the public. However, with the implementation of the win-win policy of the government, certain former Khmer Rouge leaders reintegrated themselves to live within the government-controlled area, including Malay, Samlot, and Pailand. Therefore, under the reconciliation policy of the government, despite their anger, the general public seems to be able to manage their anger and allowed the integration of the former Khmer Rouge cadres or people. Therefore, based on personal experience and the general observation, and in addition to the ability of the accused, who used to make himself gone through the risky situations and that he still survived, it reflects his ability to sustain, and that the reaction from the general public does not seem to be a life-risking situation for him. He could adapt himself to live in the society, and previously he lived with his parents. Later on, he moved to be on his own, and subsequently he lived within an unclear certainty of self-suspicion and suspicion on everybody else. And even if living in a life-risking situation, he still could adapt himself to such a condition. And with the reconciliation policy of the government, it seems that it provided him with a better opportunity to live and to reintegrate himself in the Cambodian society amongst those general public. Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. President. Your Honors, I have no further questions.
The President, Mr. Lang Wagner, you take the floor.
Monsieur. Mr. Werner, Mr. President, Your Honors, just a very quick request. As you know, the international expert started this morning by addressing herself directly to the victims, and she did the same this afternoon. And as you know, the victims are not present for the first time since the start of this trial to listen to this expert, contrarily to all of the experts. So, therefore, we are asking this chamber to please explain to both experts why they are testifying in the absence of the civil parties and why the civil party lawyers may not put questions to them, because we think that this is a normal thing, and we would like this information to be clearly communicated to both experts. Thank you.
The President, Mr. Alang Wagner, could you please be informed that the chamber is not obliged to explain to the experts in relation to their testimony and regarding the decision made by the trial chamber, in which the civil party lawyers are not allowed to put questions to the experts or to the accused regarding the testimony on character of the accused. The decision is clear, and the grounds for the decision will be made available in due course. And the decision has been made based on the majority decision, although there was a dissenting opinion by one of the judges. And Mr. Alang Wagner and the parties to the proceeding are quite familiar with the proceedings before the tribunal, because you also know how much time is needed for the translation of any decision made by the tribunal, so we believe you have already been well informed already. Mr. President, the Civil Party Council, you may proceed, but with new matter, not with the same matter.
Ms. Martineau, Mr. President, this point is not completely new, although I'm new in this court, of course. Simply, the issue that was brought up by my colleague Alain Bernard was important to raise because it's important that the experts know why the civil parties are not there. Of course, we will wait for the explanation, but if the civil parties are not there, is that they feel that they have been subtracted from a right, and a right has been taken away from them, and they wish to demonstrate or to express their dissatisfaction and their feeling of being excluded from this very important hearing, in which they would have been able to understand, because it's also their purpose to understand the accused and to put questions to him and to the experts. And I believe that it's important that the experts be at least aware of what's going on. The civil parties are not there. They asked their lawyers to be here. We are here. We respect the court. So therefore, I believe that it's important that this be stated. Thank you.
The President, we would like to reiterate our position and we stand by it. The Defense Council, you are now given the opportunity to put the questions to the experts. Mr. Kasawut, Mr. President, thank you, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Madame Francois Sigourney-Guilbeault and Mr. Casson Bernard. Could you please help to clarify whether the apology, the expression of remorse is genuine or not?
Dr. Sigourney-Guilbeault, how should I say this, a psychological assessment is not there to ascertain the truth, or is not there to distinguish what's true from what's not. That's not our role. Our mission was to shed light for the chamber on the psychology of the accused. What we may say is that in terms of remorse or regret, or in terms of guilt feelings, if we revisit the logical thought pattern, and if we get back to that, there is development indeed in this person's awareness of what he perceives, and we can see that indeed that there has been change, development in what the accused has been saying to us since the start. So speaking about guilt is difficult, of course, because we are in an intercultural context in this trial, and also understanding how guilt is expressed in one culture and how it's expressed in another culture is also an issue. and how it's expressed, because in Western cultures we're used to seeing that guilt is expressed as something that is lived. And as I was saying earlier on, there might also be somatic problems related to this. There might be depression. There might be all kinds of things that go on when we experience guilt, and that maybe are not seen in the accused, however. But maybe my colleague might be able to say something about guilt as well. Is guilt a universal concept or not? Or how is it expressed depending on the different cultural contexts? And we stayed at that question. So my conclusion would be to say that we cannot answer a question regarding the truth, but we can answer a question regarding the accused's development in regards to the awareness of what he did to the others, and in regard to the awareness of his acts, and the fact that he is able to take on his responsibilities.
Dr. Kason Bonat, I may add that the tribunal wishes to find the truth, the genuine truth, but we were not supposed to search for the apology or the forgiveness that the remorsefulness the accused expressed lately, and we did not really attempt to work on that. However, the first time I met with Duch, I did not ask him any question yet, but he already expressed his opinion that he would seek forgiveness and would express his remorsefulness. So whether it is a genuine expression or not, I may not be in the position to verify it, but I have witnessed the situation. Mr. Kasabut, thank you very much. I would like to proceed to the next question. In your report, you indicated that the accused is a person who is easily affected and very emotional and easily affected by the others. Can you please tell the court whether this kind of being easily affected by the other or influenced by the other have been well embedded in the accused since he was born? Dr. Kason Bonat, I would like to respond that the influence he receives from the others, of course, he has been influenced by the others, but only in given circumstances. For example, he was influenced by the monks, by his teachers, and by the suffering Cambodian people have had. So these are the influences he have been affected by. However, when it comes to the communist regime, the influence, as what you referred to and as what the the accused himself already indicated clearly, that he chose the communist regime because at that time he was influenced by the surrounding environment, internal and external ones, because he said when he worked and when he witnessed the exploitation of the poor, for example, the excessive interest rates the rich have imposed on the poor when the poor were lent the money, and that because he was so poor that when his bicycle was stolen, then he could not proceed further with his education, and that he contributed some of his salary to help the movement of the revolution. And on top of this, the Maoism and the communism were taking the place of the existing rule that many believe that the poor would be better living in such a regime, in the communism. So he believed that there would be only communism, the communist rule that would be imposed on the country, that the people could liberate themselves from the poverty. That's why he was influenced by such ideology, communist ideology. In his ways of life during the regime, the Khmer Rouge regime, although he did not want to take some assignments, he had to be compelled to be promoted to or to accept the offer, the position of the chairman of the detention facility, and that he had to meticulously execute his duties. Although he was not pleased with the position as the chairman of S21 under the duress from his superior, his former teacher, who influenced him a lot, he had to be abided by the orders and the duties. Later on, he started his new life living together in the community, becoming a teacher, a school teacher. So without any influence from the society, he could not have been working as a teacher again. And most importantly, he has received influence from the others, and at the same time he adapts himself to the environment, regardless of the harsh environment or modest one. So by this, I can say that he is easily influenced by the others. Mr. Kasawut, thank you. I note that the accused is weak, and that because of poverty, which he and the family has lived with since he was born, do you think that because of these problems, the accused could have lived with some kind of mental health problem? Mr. Carson Bernard, this is a good question. have you finished your question yet? I'm sorry. It is a good question indeed. When he was young, the accused lived in a poor family in the rural area, and the family condition was burdened by the debt his father owed to the others. And this bond of debt and the difficulties he had encountered did not make him weak. Instead, it helped make him find out the cause root of the problems, and it made him study hard, and he became one of the best students in class. So having compared the difficulties he had encountered, people could argue that it would be hard for him to become a good student in Phnom Penh, because during that time, anyone who could have done or gone that far to school, everyone had to really financially capable. So if he had mental health problem, it would be depression only, not other. And as to this depression, the symptom of such a problem is that the person would not feel encouraged to work, and their memory or his memory becomes weakened. At that time, if he lived with that kind of mental health problem, he could not have managed to finish his teaching degree. And the reason he chose to study mathematics reflects that he is the one who loves logics. It reflects that the difficulties he had encountered made him try to understand, to establish the truth or the fact of the problems, and this helped build his stance and resilience. So this helps him overcome the depression. So that's why he chose mathematics as a field of study, which reflects that his mentality has been good. So having experienced difficulties does not really deteriorate the person's mentality, but the opposite, it builds up resilience in the individual. Mr. Kasabot, thank you. At S21, the accused knows for sure that all the confessions were not true. The accused still admitted or accepted these untrue confessions and annotated on them to be sent to the superior. Does this work affect the accused's mental problem or fitness?
Dr. Kasabunat, for ordinary people, this type of action would lead them to extreme remorse. and it could ultimately affect the mental being, serious mental being of that person. But in hindsight, his stand was firm due to his adolescence and experience. Particularly in the report, we also showed that his position from adolescent to adulthood was further strengthened by the communist ideology, and that made him a strong person to face those challenges. Although we are not certain of the feeling of remorse, we can for certain know of his ability to challenge such circumstances. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Professor.
Dr. Sironie Guilbault. Yes, thank you. I would like to add several things. First of all, regarding the last point that my colleague brought up, we spoke earlier on about regrets, guilt, remorse. And since we are not sure of the remorse, I would say that it's more the question of the feeling of the living this feeling of guilt. It's not so much the question of regret or remorse, it's more the feeling of experiencing this. And also, of course, we might have different opinions regarding this. And regarding his childhood, I would like just to add that I agree with my colleague, and I would like to stress the impact of the feeling of debasement, or maybe the feeling of inferiority, given what was said, which also led Duch to surpass himself and to work his way out of this situation. And given now regarding the confessions, and knowing that, and given that he knew that there were confessions that were not truthful, we should not forget that what was important for Duch was probably pleasing his superiors, and in particular when Son Sen was his superior. And this maybe can explain that by writing out confessions in the way that was expected of him, that is to say, always justifying those who believed that there were spies, or that there were all kinds of machinations going on. Well, this preserved, this was allowed to preserve his position at S21, and in that way, indeed, he kept on feeding the system.
Thank you, Madam, for your response. The accused repeatedly declares that all the crimes committed at S21 are his responsibility, and that he would not allow any of his subordinates to be involved or implicated alongside with him, because those subordinates directly received orders from him. My question is, why the accused has this type of psychological feeling toward his subordinates? Dr. Kasunbonat, based on our analyzing of the situation and the process, and also his mental building from childhood, it seems that He is a kind of person who is conscious of other people's well-being. In French, we would say, or in English, altruism. Altruism, and this behavior made him considerate on those people who were suffering, and that led him to protest against the government in order to find a situation, a betterment for the people. And he even abandoned his family in order to join a movement, as he believed that movement, that line, would be able to find justice and peace for the Cambodian people. This attitude also reveals the feeling of pitiful to other people, which further developed. However, regarding his responsibility at age 21, a person who was in a chairmanship, who issued orders, was Duch, and issuing orders or teaching the interrogation methods were also organized by him, with the intention of showing that he was a role model for them to follow. And in his name, as someone who was responsible, he had the view that from the beginning he was the responsible person, because everything was organized and managed based on his supervision. People or his subordinates had to follow his orders. So, one, because of his protective idea of other people and do not want other people to suffer with him, and two, because of his role as the chairman of that center, these two factors combined together make him feeling responsible for all those crimes. Thank you, Doctor, for your response. I also have another question on this topic, which I would like you to clarify. In your report, you conclude on page 55 that Duch was unconscious of other people's feeling from the beginning until the present day. However, his student, which mentions on page 33, describes him as an honest person, determined and loyal, and always assisted the poorer people. So, to me, these two statements seem to contradict each other, and what you have explained is in agreement with what was said by his student, but it is in the contradiction to the other statement, which say that Duch was unconscious or inconsiderate to others people's feeling. Would you be able to shed light on this?
Answer, Professor Sioni Gilbo. Well, for this, we'll have to come back a little bit concerning the altruism that was mentioned by my colleague, because quite obviously concerning Duch, concerning everything that we know about him here, this can question us. Altruism, what my colleague called altruism, this could be called an altruism under conditional altruism, wishing to share the same vision of the world or to build the same vision of the world. It is not an altruism as we can understand it in French, for example. It is a targeted altruism towards the construction of a new society. What you have mentioned, I don't see any contradiction in what we have written in the report. The question of disempathy revealed itself later in a specific context, namely when he took his function M13S21. One is not dissympathetic, one becomes dissympathetic, and we spoke also of the role of Stoicism, which shaped his role. At some point in one's life, one can, as what was described by his students, you can be described in that way, and later, convinced of an idea to which one devotes one's whole life, you can do what he was led to do. In other words, consider others as enemies. And as of that moment, you are in a dimension of dehumanization.
Kasabut, thank you very much. Let me now ask my last question. The grandparents of Duch on both sides, they had a Chinese origin. Does the Chinese origin and the feeling of having ancestral origin from China make him believed to have a society or a society of communism in the same way as China people want? Dr. Kasunbonat. When we talk about the ancestors and the transferring of feeling from the grandparents to the grandchildren, or the chromosome factor, it could only exist physically. Only the physical appearance can be passed on from your ancestor. But it is unlikely that the feeling can also be transferred from your ancestor. In research of a twin coming from the same oval, it means they all had physical similarity, but they were separated and they were raised separately. And when they grow up, their feelings are not the same. This example clearly shows that even if Dutch ancestors had Chinese origin and their customary way of practice was from China, it doesn't mean that Dutch had to be treated with such behavior or feeling. Wherever we lived, regardless of the location, we have to hang on to an identity. For instance, Cambodian migrants who might live in Australia, in America, they always try to locate other Cambodian migrants to be their friends in order to form ideas to discuss amongst themselves. So this tendency help them to form an identity of that group. In Duch's case, I believe that Duch's identity originated from his Chinese ancestor, and there might be similar traits he obtained from his ancestors and then to his parents, as his parents observed and practiced Chinese or certain Chinese customs and traditions. This does not mean he received a complete trait from his ancestors. Also, during that time, even if I was born at a later stage, the ethnic people living in Cambodia, including the Vietnamese and Chinese, who came to settle in Cambodia, apparently they were degraded or devalued by the Cambodian people, and that hurt their feeling and made them strive to survive, to gain their dignity. And this does not mean they want the same policy as practiced and used in China, because they are educated in the Cambodian school. So their way of thinking, their mentality is about Cambodian culture. Though there might be some traits of Chinese origin with them. Also, at that time, Cambodia had relationship with China, and Mao Zedong held his communist movement and activity and was successful in China, and that had certain influence on the Cambodian Chinese ways of thinking, and not because he was or he had Chinese origin, but he believed in the line or in the policy of communism that he believed in that would help his people. Further on, it was his idea to help those poor people whose majority was Cambodian, so that their standard of living would improve. So we could therefore conclude that the trait of feeling, customary practice do not pass on from the ancestor, but it is the way of nurture that he earned all these traits. Thank you, Mr. and Madam experts. I no longer have questions for you. And with the President's leave, I would like my international colleague to put questions to these two experts. The President, International Defense Council, you may proceed.
Mr. Hu, Chairman, given the hour, I am wondering whether it would not be better for me to ask my questions tomorrow morning. I have about 40 minutes remaining, but I think it would be better for everybody if we wait until tomorrow.
The President, after discussion, the Chamber has the view that the 40 or 50 minutes for the International Defense Council is going to be a long time, and it's going to put more stress on the interpreters as well as on the experts. Therefore, the Chamber will adjourn the hearing today, and we will resume tomorrow morning starting from 9 a.m. And for Mr. and Madam experts, the questioning for you has not yet finished. And the Chamber would like to invite you again to the Chamber tomorrow morning, starting from 9 a.m. And it is likely that it will take only 1 hour of your time tomorrow morning. Security guards take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back before 9 a.m. tomorrow. The hearing is now adjourned.